Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, period, does the FBI find people? The people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Because he was the guy.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Welcome. Is everything? I'm still trying to make sure everything's just turned on. Oh, it's good to be here. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. We're 1 day away from the weekend. But who's counting? Really? Between friends, what's 1 day? Really? All right. I think we're ready to go. We are. Sample User is here as well. Thank you, Sample User. But really, first person in chat today was Alley Cat. Alley Cat.
The apocalypse may be upon us.
Alley Cat, congratulations. You were first in chat this morning. That yellow courthouse by my name, by your name, excuse me, is a message to me that you know what that means. That you know that just being first in chat isn't just like some happy coincidence that can be shrugged off. Or maybe even just passed off as a mistake. You knew that no one else had talked all morning on the live stream when you said hi. And let me just say it's a small detail, but you didn't just say hi. You blurted out hi.
When are we going to break?
All caps, Alley Cat. You yelled it. You shouted from the rooftops hi into the stillness of the morning. And look what happened as a result. We cannot let this pass, Alley Cat. We're going to have to send it to you with internet ownership, and that's going to go down on your permanent record. If you want to commemorate this event.
Roaches fighting.
This event. I don't know who would. This is not something to brag about, Alley Cat. I see you smiling there. This is not something to brag about.
Have them send someone with more experience.
But you could order a commemorative certificate of internet ownership over on the YouTube account page. Go to shopping, and for the low fine of 50 cents you can download your own copy and fill in the blank. Alley Cat, congratulations. Internet is all yours this morning. The 6 a.m. start is starting to get old.
People do not get to have it their way.
Selena. Alley Cat, we do appreciate you being here first in chat. We like to give you a hard time, but you are here, and because of that, all of this can happen.
That was terrible.
Wonderful. We're excited. We're excited. Today is a fun day because hopefully, fingers crossed, today is verdict day. Right? It could happen. I definitely don't want to go through the weekend still waiting for a verdict in this trial. But it could happen for sure. Krista with the lightning bolts, those sharp S lightning bolts. Wow. I'm a big kid now. Look at that. 12 months. Congratulations, Krista. You made it the full year. What endurance. What perseverance. The credit all goes to you. Congratulations, Krista. That is awesome. Appreciate your support of the channel. KH in South Carolina, it's so great to catch a live. It's 10 p.m. Thursday here in Guam. KH, enjoy your trip in Guam. Good to get you here. Whatever happened to Mr. Frog? I could do a quick search. We have to, let's see, Thurston County. We haven't been up there in a while. We might see if we can visit them today, because typically during Verdict Watch, which it is today, we like to do a little bit of court hopping as we keep our ear to the ground. Let's see, Thurston County court records. Let me do the jail search. Let's see, Thurston County jail roster, I think it is. Roster search, Corrections Bureau. There we are. Inmate in custody, enter last name, Farag. Oh, it's pre-populated. It's like I've searched before, and YouTube knows this, or the internet knows it. Let's see, search. Mr. Frog, guess what? No information was found for Mr. Frog. He is not in custody currently. That does not mean he has not been in custody and then let go again. Which I think if I were the jailer, I'd be like, look, thanks for stopping by. Don't call us, we'll call you. That's what would happen. Okay, will they review the video in open court this morning? Haley's comment, they will. They will. The jury has the right to see it, and if they want to see it 100 times, they get to see it 100 times. The judge might be like, look, guys, pay attention this time, or at least take notes or something. We've watched this 99 times. This is the last, well, you know, if you need to watch it again, you can, but I'd like this to be the last time you watch it. Brian and Jill, 6 a.m. here, gotta love insomnia, but RA is live. Woot, woot. Bunny, it's 5 a.m. in Phoenix, but here you are. Thank you very much for the sacrifice. Great to have you here. It's wonderful. Great people in chat. I'm looking already. Let's do a quick throwback because we can. Because we can. Before I do that, though, we're obviously, if there are any birthdays that need to be sung to this morning, please make sure you make that known in chat so that we can get all the names in one message, so that I don't have to do any work whatsoever. No, I'm sorry. Sharon, some of our great mods, Samantha, 6 Volt, welcome as well. Good to have you here. I have to say this. Let me stop. I don't know. Do I need sad music? I don't need sad music, but I'm not sure if I have any other music. Let's see. I have sad music. I want to slow it down just for a minute and tell you guys that honestly and truly, I could not do this without my mods. There is so much that happens on this channel that you don't see. And honestly, there's so much that happens on this channel that I don't see, that goes on in the background. A lot of people, I'll be honest, a lot of people want to be a mod. A lot of people will contact me and say, hey, if you need any more, I volunteer. I don't know if everybody understands what is entailed in being a mod. If you understand the ramifications, the impact that has not just on your day, on your life. Seriously, on your life. But when you sign up and put your name on the line, it's similar to military service. You're turning not just your day, your life over to the control of somebody else who, quite frankly, has very little scheduling skills. He is a very poor communicator, believe it or not, poor communicator with the people who matter most. And at the same time as you volunteer, because it is a volunteer position, at the same time you volunteer for this position, you are surrendering your freedom of expression. You turn over the opportunity to freely share at will any thought that may cross your mind, and instead accept a muzzle and agree to limit comments to those that may represent someone who doesn't necessarily represent you. You sign up for abuse, for hate. You have to see a lot of the underbelly of the internet. And all this for what? For my thanks. That's what you get. I have the best mods on the internet, and they are absolutely incredible. I owe them much more than I could ever pay them. It's true. I don't think anyone would do this as a job if there was pay, because everyone would say it's not worth what I'm getting paid, no matter what they get paid. So I'd just like to say this morning, thank you to the best mods on the internet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are amazing. There we go. Anyway, they are amazing. I kid you not. I'm not joking. Signal's just like, you're welcome. It's cool. Thank you. I have incredible mods that not only have bent over backwards to learn and understand what my vague desires for the channel, which are completely vague and often not even verbalized, right? But they do that, and not only that, they do this. Like Sharon, I didn't ask Sharon to, can you put this together for me? She just saw a need and stepped in and did it. And Samantha, she just sees something that needs to be done and does it. And Weather Watch and 6 Volt, and we have mods that just step up and just say, you know what? I realize not everyone can be here all the time. And I don't require everyone to be here. As a matter of fact, I require attendance-wise, this is my attendance requirement, because I know that mods have lives. Because I think I have one, but they are literally the finest of the finest people you can find on the internet, and I owe them a huge appreciation. Anyway, that being said, verdict day is tough on the mods. Verdict watch is tough on the mods. It brings in the crowds. It brings in people that maybe didn't watch the trial, people that caught a little bit of it, people that might have watched on another channel. They happen to, the algorithm, because people are searching for the verdict, it throws people our way that aren't here before. And they are, they need, it's time to cut the paycheck. Just write the check. The mods end up doing a lot of work. And if you're watching chat and you say, hey, I read everything that happens in chat, it wasn't, what was the problem? Somebody said, hey, calm down in chat. Mods see a different view than you do in chat. There are probably, 150 words that are on a list that put certain comments in a review mode that mods have to review. And some of them are just rude, distasteful, just terrible things. And some of them are okay, that just got flagged for the wrong reason. And the mods are sorting through that. And when they find one of those things, they don't just like blanket, hey, it got held for review, delete. They don't do that. They'll stop. They'll research the conversation to see who you were talking to see if there was somebody, that in context, this wasn't bad, instead of just on face value, this, looks like something is not appropriate in chat. And so they're going back 5 minutes, they're reviewing conversation and they're not able to watch the trial as the rest of you do. And they're all here because they're true crime addicts, but they surrender that as well. There's a lot to it, and the mods are amazing. So thank you, mods. Okay. Don't let it go to their heads though. Don't, just kidding. They're incredible. All right. Where were we? We've got birthdays. Sharon did the birthday list. It's the little things that matter. Megan, I kid you not. I don't know what their desks look like, but every one of the mods is more organized than I am. Their memories are incredible. They're just amazing. All right, let's go back to birthdays. Oh, I've got a couple super chats I need to hit as well in just a little bit, and some member marks, but let's not go too far without the birthdays. Sharon, I'm sorry. I lost the birthdays. Let me look. Sharon, I lost them. I'm sorry. Can you help me out again? Sharon, give me the birthdays one more time. I had it on the screen, and it's gone, I think. Good morning, Amber. Welcome. You missed a little tribute to the mods. Thank you for the behind-the-scenes look. Kelly, it's amazing. It really is. And add to this, the mods, they're from all different walks of life. Okay, we have mods from literally all over the place and with all different types of experience. From people who literally, if you met them in real life and saw what they did for work, you would say you are truly a rocket scientist. To stay-at-home moms who have some time on their hands and enjoy true crime, and we get the full mix of that, and the fact that all of them come together and can unite under one purpose, and not just unite, but play well together, play very well together. They're incredible people. All right, let's see. Sharon, thank you once again. We have birthdays this morning. Amber says, I didn't miss it. I just didn't have a chance to type yet. I have work, I've got life. All right, we have birthdays this morning, so we're going to sing to everyone who has a birthday. Sharon has put together a list for us. Martin, Kristen, Jamie, and Amy, the twins. Oh, we get to sing to twins. That's exciting. Barb. Let's see. After Barb, we've got Mibda. Is that right? Mibda? Okay, I don't want to get the name wrong. Oh, here we go. It's pronounced Mayev. Can you see where I was confused? Kate, can you see where I was confused? I don't even know what language that is. Mayev. Okay, I'm gonna write this down so I don't forget that one, because that's gonna really trip me up in the song. We're gonna say Mayev. Okay, there we go. All right, so I clicked. There we go. It's back. It's back. Okay, so let's get ready for the birthday song. This is not me singing to you. This is all of us singing to each other. So please join with me in warm-ups. La, 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 la. Thank you very much. And we're going to sing together to these wonderful people who are celebrating their birthday today. It's the song you all know. We have dancers at the ready. I see you've been stretching, which is good. The new outfits look fantastic. I've always been a big fan of those little sparkly glitter things that follow over the floor. It looks great. Someone's going to have to sweep up after you if you guys dance too much and all the sequins start falling. But anyway, it looks great. It'll be shimmering wonderfully, especially under the disco ball light, which was a nice addition. So we're going to get ready here. Blend your voices with that of your neighbor. Raise your voices above that of any sounds around you. And go ahead and belt it out. Even if you're at work, people will join in because nobody's upset when the birthday song is sung. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Martin, Kristen, Jamie, and Amy. Happy birthday to you. I have to do two verses because I have to look away to get this name right. Mayev. We have Barb and Mayev on the next verse. If anyone wants to do the falsetto one, this would be the right time to hit the upper octave. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Barb and Mayev. Happy birthday to you. I said Marv instead of Barb. Happy birthday, Barb and Mayev. I tried my best. Even if it was not my best, it was the effort was there. To everyone who's having the birthday today, happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful one. Thank you very much for sharing your day with us. I realize there are a million places it could be, a million people you could celebrate with, but you've chosen to be here with us. It's not lost on me. That's wonderful. The privilege, the honor is mine. It reminds me of what the Brian Kohberger's attorney said yesterday. He said, "We are privileged, nay, we are honored to represent Brian Kohberger." And they also went on to say that they truly, in their heart of hearts, deep down believe not only is he not guilty, but he is innocent of everything. Wow, what a day. Dr. Bullbutter says, I heard you, Dr. Bullbutter. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. You really have been practicing. You've come a long way. So thank you very much. Dancers, great job. Great job. Happy birthday. Free pancakes at Denny's if you've signed up and got the app, apparently, which hopefully you've all done ahead of time. Oh, okay. All right. We are all, I think we're all done. Denny's is not a sponsor of the channel. Thank you, Rick, for shouting that out. Not a sponsor. As a matter of fact, I can say this very matter-of-factly. I don't have any sponsors. So if I yell out lots of brand names periodically, it's just ones that I like or I interact with a lot. Nobody has, well, some people have offered to pay me. They've offered to say, I want to sign up to be a sponsor. Most notably, a gaming company who sent me a glowing letter talking about how they've reviewed my content and they think they would be a perfect match for me to represent their online game in the world. When obviously, they haven't even seen my intro. It's like, do you know what my name is? Do you know what it stands for? Do you know? No, they don't. Anyway, all right, here's where we are. Let's back up just a tiny bit. I talked a little bit about Brian Kohberger yesterday after we went live and then turned off the live stream from court for the Apple River trial. The Brian Kohberger case had a hearing, a late in the day hearing. I think it started, I don't know, like 7 p.m. Eastern time, right? Went for like 2 hours. The hearing was discussing the motion that they talked about like a week or so ago about punishing the defense for contracting with a survey company to poll prospective jurors about a potential bias they have against Brian Kohberger. It got spicy. It got spicy. It was, if this is an indication of what the actual trial is going to be like, it is going to be, I mean, there will be a bloodbath at different points. These two do not like each other. They are at extreme odds, and they fight. They do not get along. They do not play well together nicely at all. And they both sides are very talented at what they do. They're good lawyers, and they are fighting with every bit they can. So anyway, I'm excited. Nobody ever gets sanctioned because the judge never makes a decision. Judge, it's like, hey, we need to get together and decide this. Here's a hearing for that day. And he listens to everything. He's like, all right, thank you. I'll think about it. See you later. That's every single one. He doesn't say, I'm making a ruling. No, he does not. I don't know if his phone a friend list is just like, high on his priority list, but he just does not make rulings on camera in hearings. He releases them later. Kayla, if you missed it, it's because it was over on the Top Mark Media channel. We did not air it on the Recovery Addict channel. So unless you're following my other channel on Top Mark Media, which only about 4,000 of you are, and that's okay. That channel, I typically don't talk over anything. It's basically just straight copies of court. And I like to put stuff up there that is not available other places. Like in Judge's case, in the Brian Kohberger case, he deletes the live stream the second it's over. And so I post it live. So there's a copy that, a clean copy that if you want to use, for your own little clips you do on YouTube or something, that's available for people that way. So that's why it's over there. But it's a different experience watching over there because it's just the straight feed without my face in the corner or anything else. I did chat a lot. I think that's fair because, somebody can use the video without looking at chat. I got a few messages here I have to acknowledge because honestly, they deserve it. Krista is a big kid now, 12 months. Corey, also a member for 12 months. My twins were born this morning. Healthy babies, healthy mom. Grateful for you, RA, and everyone here. Corey, congratulations. That is awesome. You hit 12 months and your twins were born on your 12-month membership birthday, which is wonderful. New Bunk Foss. Recovery Addict, thanks for making my ATL commute bearable. That's all we can do. We can take it from unbearable or unbearable? Unbearable to bearable. We just take it up one notch. Zimmy from the bus stop says, I just love it here. Really enjoyed Mrs. Ari and you yesterday. Do it again, please. I'm working on getting her on camera. My studio is very small. And so I'm trying to figure out a camera angle where we can get her on camera. I feel bad that she talked from the closet. I mean, not really. She was next to my desk, but nobody saw her face the whole time. And I think you guys would enjoy some of the expressions she makes as she's talking and sharing opinions. I'm Not a Cat, member for 10 months. Thank you very much. I'm Not a Cat. Laura, member for 14 months. Laura, thank you. You're absolutely amazing, Laura. Love the horses. Hope that they are doing well as you. Good to have you here. Corey Hill, it's ya boy. See, welcome, Corey. Good to have you here as well. Anything else I missed? There's what's on here. Mel Poy says the earthquake. I called my friend to see if he was okay. He said I farted in my chair. I don't know what you're talking about. Called my friend a fool. Still, paranoid mods thought I was talking to someone in here. I wasn't. Mel, I appreciate that. I understand what you're talking about there, where you're relaying a story and something. It might be caught by the mods as looking like it's not appropriate, but in context it was, and it's even funny. I appreciate your understanding in knowing that the mods have a tough time sometimes sorting out what's what. Do we have a top mark command link in it here? Red pen, I probably could do that. You don't keep her there normally? No, I don't. Mrs. R.A. does what Mrs. R.A. wants. She's a very independent, strong woman. Tinez, 827. Welcome to the gallery. New member with Yellow Courthouse. So at least 6 months. Thank you, Tinez. Appreciate your support. Let's see. We have, let's see. Mrs. R.A.'s laugh sounds like Megan Fox's laugh. I love her laugh. That's amazing. Danny, welcome. Thanks for clicking the subscribe button. Good to have you here. We're about to see if we can at least bring up the feed from the wall in court, which I think we've got a few minutes before it goes live. So give us just a second, and we'll have that for you. Hopefully, let's see. Judge Middleton's live. Man, that's tempting. Okay, we might go to Judge Middleton, but I've got the weirdest YouTube feed. I swear, the algorithm, they're like, hey, let's throw him a curveball today. Let's see what weird stuff we can mix up into his feed. Okay. It's not this one. Let's go up here. Let's see if they have a feed going yet. Past live streams. Where's their playlists? Oh, there we go. Boom. Okay, let's do it there. So we'll keep that on standby. Okay, let's see what else we have. Hazelnut, thank you very much for the kind words. There's the link to Top Mark. Amber, I think I'll make I don't know, TM? Does TM sound good? I'll add that to my list of things to do, but I honestly, I have a lot of things on my list to do, but I just haven't done that. Renewed member. Yes, the good news. If you're on gifted memberships or if you purchase your own membership, any break in membership, YouTube doesn't care. You don't lose ground and have to start over. If you had a green courthouse, it will continue where you left off. Like if you had a blue one and you stop for a month or 2 or 7 and then come back and get another gifted membership or purchase a membership, you would then be upgraded to green. So that's good news. YouTube likes to keep track of overall progress, and you guys are doing absolutely fantastic. All right. They're starting at 8 a.m., which is, they're an hour late, so I think they have half an hour, Jamie. I think you're right about that. Someone has to work around here, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't count this as work. This is so much fun. TM works. I think I'll do that. I'll do a TM for Top Mark. I found something that's harder to assemble than IKEA furniture. Angela, what could possibly be harder to assemble than IKEA furniture? Especially with all the extra parts you end up not needing when you're done. Let's see, Lego Lisa. I have been watching for that. I've not seen, and honestly, Lego Lisa, we might never know, because they could reach a conclusion outside of court and not ever make an appearance on it. So we can keep our ear to the ground, but we just haven't heard. Josh Hutchings, RA member for 2 months, seems much longer, but love it here. Josh, thank you very much. I appreciate the addition you've created on this channel. You're wonderful. Appreciate that. Selena, Team Minority, gifted 1 Recovery Addict membership. Thank you for being our. I think, Selena, you were our first one to coin the phrase Team Minority. Appreciate you representing and standing up there, letting people know that it's okay and they're, to have different opinions. We appreciate that. All right. Have an Easy Day has an actual question about the trial, the Apple River trial, which we'll get a feed on shortly. See, why after stabbing the first person, gutting him, do you think it didn't stop there? It should have shocked him out of it. Have an Easy Day. The way I see this, and I don't know if I'm just seeing this wrong, a lot of this happened off camera, right? So you have to, conclude that this motion he's making, that where you see his arm move, is a stab, and you have to figure out who was on the other end. But the way I see it, when the girls recoil back, like they're standing next to him, then he gets knocked down and there's a struggle. You don't hit a girl type thing. And then you see the girls off, and one of them is like looking down at her side, and she's holding it. I think she was already stabbed. I just can't put that in when it happened. I don't know. I don't know what happened, but I think she might have been the first person to stab, and she didn't even know she was stabbed until later. She didn't even understand the blood when she saw it. Any update on the Rancher trial? It's still going, Nana, and depending on what court is doing, we might jump back with that one. I think the state is still presenting their case. I think they're supposed to go through, April 19th? But we might jump back to that one. Probably not do a full catch-up on all the Zoom hearings, but we might jump back and just try to listen in if we have time. Okay, Dr. Bullbutter, I officially live here now. Do we have anyone in Wisconsin to tell us what the jurors are wearing? Karate Cat Mom, Apple River. I know we've got a couple people in the area, but I don't know of anyone who's in court currently. Riley, she was already stabbed. Yeah, he stabbed the girl first. It was so fast. It was crazy. It is crazy, crazy, crazy. Lady in Gray, love my Aria fam. Thank you, Aria, for your delightful way in presenting trials. Thank you, mods, for your hard work. Thank you, Lady in Gray, for the kind words. And our mods definitely deserve the praise. State is still presenting. The case shouldn't have gone to trial. They're being very thorough, and I've heard it's spicy. I've heard it gets good. I thank you, first of all, everyone. I've been getting tons of emails saying, "Hey, I realize you bailed on this case for the Apple River trial, but it's good, and the state may rest today." Watch the opening statements of Daybill. So hard to listen to. The audio is not great, Selena. I mean, it's listenable, but it's for the length of that trial, and it's going to be a long one, right? It's going to go for a month, easy. But for the length of that trial, it's going to be painful unless they can get that fixed. And the problem is, it's not that you have some media outlets or one of the big true crime channels that are providing the coverage. It's from the judge, and so you have to convince the judge to update the hardware in the courtroom, which that process involves getting approval through the county commissioners or city council. It's not an easy thing to do. Just say, order better mics or change the cameras out. And the technology is pretty much set in the courtroom, and you get what you get. And because he's in charge and is not letting anyone else do anything with that, it's just going to be a painfully difficult trial. Let's see. Let's see. All right, we have to assemble a device that has 8 strong magnets that I have to put on a certain way, otherwise it won't work. Oh, okay, it's Angela. Sorry, I just saw that this is in response to what's harder to assemble than IKEA. Magnets. Magnets can be right up there, especially if they're rare earth magnets with strong force fields. Fun fact about magnets: have you guys heard about printable magnets? I realize they've been out for years and years, but you probably will use one before you realize what it is. And I wish I had my demonstration kit, but I have a brass rod, which is non-ferrous, so you can put magnets that have a hole in it on the brass rod. And I have 2 magnets. When they're far apart, they just sit there. When they get closer together, they zoom together like magnets do. But right at the last minute, they stop just a short distance from each other because they repel when they're close, but they attract when they're far away. Crazy stuff. Audio was good on Top Mark, so it was bad on another channel. Bummer. I have to say, Ashley, I was not doing a lot of changes to the audio on Top Mark. I just made sure I had the fastest connection I could to try to keep it as clean as possible. Today's the jury visit to the ranch. I think that will be very helpful for all those in the Arizona Kelly trial. Red Pen, I believe the public is not invited. I mean, the cameras are not invited, or not allowed to go on that jury view. Can we get magnets for the trial thumbnails? I'm working on that. Just a Girl Baking. I can't find it in some of my existing platforms that I'm already set up on. Bug Dugger getting very excited for jury duty. Hope you get selected. Hope that works out. Let's see. Fun fact about magnets. My daughter has a cochlear implant, and magnets are wild. I think the cochlear implant probably uses one of those programmable magnets as well. Just amazing. The magnets can be configured to keep things in a certain orientation, not just so they attract and are always stuck together, but they attract and only will go in a certain rotation. Think of your cell phone holder in a car. If you have a little magnet mount, and it's like it will hold it in upright or it will hold it in horizontal, that's a programmable magnet too. They can film the bus leaving and arriving back, and that's it. Corn Dog member for 11 months. Thanks for all the great coverage. Sound is always 100% well. I think you're a little generous there, but I appreciate the kind words, Corn Dog. Thank you very much. Congratulations on 11 months as well. A few more minutes before we get a view from court. Let's see, Bug Dugger. I do too. I'm not just for some kid fighting a speeding ticket. Obviously, we're really excited. I get contacted usually at least once a week by someone from our community that says, "Hey, guess what I got?" And they'll send me a text of like a jury summons letter or something like that, which is exciting. I mean, Angelique, my boyfriend, got a jury summons yesterday. Super annoyed by that. The boyfriend's like, "I didn't want this. Why did it go to her?" But it's always awesome when I see people getting called for jury duty. And clearly, we don't want anyone to disobey any of the rules of court. So if you are selected as a juror, I would love to know about it if you want to talk about it after it's over. But please, hopefully some of what we've covered, some of what Matthew Harris covers on his channel, has given you enough information that you can present yourself well and truthfully at voir dire, and maybe, may the odds be ever in your favor. Let's see, have you given your opinion on the guilty, not guilty for this case? I may have missed it. Jackie, I have. I probably gave it earlier than I've ever given it in a case in quite a while. And in my head, I divide it up in two parts. The charge towards the tubes, I think the boys, had he had anything in his hands, had he said anything threatening, they would have perfect justification in using self-defense, even violence, to keep him out of their space. I think at that point, Mr. Mew was the aggressor. But I think the two events are separated as he's walking away, and then they continued, and they approached him. I realized it was downstream and everything, but I see self-defense on that second portion. Now, that being said, I don't understand exactly what happened at the end of the event, the last person who got stabbed. I can see how Mr. Mew might have been in a mindset where he still felt threatened, but I think if anything, the last person who got stabbed, we might see a guilty verdict on, even if the others are self-defense. But that's where I'm at. Allison says, rough few months and took some time off, but grateful to be back and have RA in chat make me laugh and smile throughout the day. Grateful for you all. Much love, Allison. Thank you very much. I'm sorry you had a rough few months. Hopefully we can cheer you up a little bit. Bug Dugger says, I will call after jury duty. Any meeting behind the name Top Mark. New Bunk Foss? No. I literally, I put it into like a random name generator. And Top Mark does not exist. It's in a combined format like this. There are two words, yes, and everyone thinks, oh, Top space Mark? No, it's all one word, Top Mark. Why? I don't know. I filed that way with the IRS. That's it. So I just chose a name that nobody else had that wouldn't be too specific as to what I do. Does that make sense? I don't want it to be... it couldn't be Recovery Addict. I needed just a professional name that would be sort of generic, that I could use for a couple things. And so it has very, very few conscious thoughts went into choosing it. But I needed to have a media out name, so I bought the topmark.media, the URL, and I use that for. I have a professional email over there that I use for interaction with courts and things like that when I need to file paperwork and all that. Slanda, welcome to the gallery. Welcome. Let's see. We have... I wish jury duty were voluntary. P.S. You have gifts coming. Lizzie, thank you very much. I'll watch for them. Most of my kids will watch for them. Vicky says, I went to file a FOIA request the other day, and you had filed one too. Where at, Vicky? I'm curious. There are only a few places that I found that really list the FOIA requests. But that's funny that I had filed one as well. Was it? Must have been police. Was it police footage? It's got to be for police footage. Dr. G posted a video yesterday about Mr. Mew. I have not seen that yet. I look forward to watching that. Still no footage from trial yet, but we'll get there in just a minute. When the jury starts deliberating, by the way, we are, let's see, they've deliberated for 4 hours, almost exactly. Well, it's 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 44 seconds. Okay, so it's like it's 4 hours on the dot. And they're the ones that asked to go home. The judge didn't reach out to them and say, hey, how you guys doing? Everybody okay in there? Can we help you with anything? No, they sent a note to the bailiff, said, we want to go home now. It's 5:30. We'll be back in the morning. And when we get back, we want to watch the video again. So we're going to do that first thing this morning when court starts. 20 minutes until live stream from court. Thank you, Amanda. It's going to be, maybe I'll pop on a few minutes early if they allow the cameraman in early. I was leaning towards not guilty in the beginning. However, at this point, I feel guilty above and beyond reasonable, says Victoria Rhodes. Victoria, I was actually the opposite, which is interesting. When I first heard about this case, just listen, a bunch of kids tubing down the river, and some adult with a knife stabs 4 or 5 of them. Okay, I'm like, what? Yeah, lock that guy up, right? That was my gut response, and it's been a slow process to get to where I am right now, and not an easy process. But I don't know why that's not ringing properly.
Call from Amy Manti.
Amy Manti, good morning. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning. I'm doing well, driving to school.
Wonderful. For you or for the kids?
Yeah. Oh, for the kids. Yeah, I'm a paraprofessional. It's a beautiful day in eastern Colorado.
Wonderful. It's early, too.
Yeah, it is early. So far, the wind is not blowing. We'll see how long that lasts. Okay. I have to say, yesterday when I was watching towards the end of the day on my drive home, I missed the days of 200 people in chat. Although I'm very glad for you.
It gets harder, especially on verdict days. We just get a wide variety of people that some of them have never been here. And it's not, I don't blame them. The rest of the internet is different. And so we end up getting, some things that we don't normally see during a regular trial. Some comments that are made that are more put out there with a baseball bat instead of, an expression of opinion. And
well, and it just goes so fast now. I mean, even on slow mode, it goes so fast.
That's because we have so many members. It's wonderful.
I know.
It's a curse and a blessing.
Right. For those of us who have been around for a while, it's crazy, but I'm so glad for you. I really wanted to share. I wanted to share for a few days, and I've waited till the trial was over. Mm-hmm. Just some news that has come from closer to my neck of the woods. I did share it in the Facebook Messenger. There has been 2 women missing from Hugoton, Kansas, which is south near the Oklahoma border. They have been missing since March 30th. They were on their way to pick up one of the ladies' kids, and there is no sign of them. Only a vehicle with suspected foul play. So YouTubers there's some YouTubers that have gone down there and searched places. So it's obviously but if everybody could just, I'll put a link back to it in the Facebook Messenger for us, but just prayers.
Yeah. These situations are terrible. I mean, when a family member just goes missing, it's like it's not obviously. Very few of us believe it's an alien abduction, right? There might be a couple out there. I'm not going to say that you can't believe that, right? But when somebody disappears like that, when they're just just in the middle of the day or in the regular nothing with no warning sign up until then, it leaves a hole, right? Just an emptiness of questions for the family, and the devastation there. It's just, you don't know if they're going to walk in the door, the next day and say, hey, funny story, guess what happened? Or if you get a knock on the door from a sheriff's officer with his hat in his hand and saying, I'm so sorry, or even worse, it could be years. And that knock never comes. So.
Yeah, the husband of the one gal, the older gal, he just finally, they didn't return, and he went on the route they were taking and found the vehicle, just abandoned. And I think as of yesterday, the FBI is now involved in it. And I just thought it was interesting. Yes, also yesterday when I saw that there are YouTubers that have, I don't know who, and I haven't seen anything other than the news, but every day I just check it about 2 or 3 times a day to see if there's any news on it. And if anything, they just need some prayers if you are of that nature. And share the content if you can find it anywhere that's shareable to get the word out. I mean, we're a huge platform here with many touches, so to speak, and it's so unfortunate.
Yeah, give me just 1 second. Let me see if I can pull it up. I'm not, believe it or not, I'm really not good with Facebook. Let's see. So
you can just search it. You can just Google search it, and it'll come right up. You could just put missing Kansas women. And,
I was going to pull up your post was what I was looking for, but
it's been a week ago on the messenger chat, but I can put a newer one in there and text you when I send it, or put a message one of the mods in the chat that I've put it in there.
Okay, I've got it here on. Let's see if whoops, there we go. All right, let's bring this over on camera 3. Oops, there we go. All right, so this is the post, and I apologize. I'm going to try to make sure nothing else pops up on the screen that shouldn't be there. So, just from Facebook, that's the picture, the image that you shared on the Facebook page, on the Recovery Addict Facebook page. That was yours, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, but yeah, if you know anything, seen these people, know anything that's happened. At times like this, even little insignificant things, if it's just like, hey, I was driving through the area around that time, even if you didn't see something, oftentimes it's good to just let that be known, because something that you saw that was just normal, that doesn't register on your mind, might be something that's a clue for the police.
Yes.
I saw a car with only one headlight, and it was pulled off on the side of the road.
Yeah.
That's important to know.
And it's unfortunate that area of Kansas and Oklahoma is very desolate. I mean, there's nothing around there. It's just very open. And, the other side of this is that they just aren't talking about it. Yeah. They're not saying if the kids are okay, the father of the kids, none of that. They're just saying very, very tight-lipped about it. And, like you said, anything may help.
Yep. We'll definitely put that on the list. And there's more. There are a lot of cases. We could probably spend all day talking about missing cases. I know we just had one case that was actually solved just this week, because the suspect led them to the remains of a young man from Idaho in the Utah desert. So I mean, sometimes they end sadly, but even then, I think it's good to at least have some measure of closure for the family.
Yeah.
So appreciate that. Thank you very much, Amy, for putting it out there. Anything else you want to talk about this morning while we've got you on the phone?
Oh, this trial is just crazy. I haven't watched all of it. I've kind of gotten some recaps on Lawyer, and I like his analysis of some of it. Mm-hmm. I can't, man, if I was on the jury, I'd have a hard time. I'm really sitting in the middle. Usually by the end of it all, I'm usually pretty set one way or another. I do like what you said about that the last person maybe was over the top, so to speak.
More revenge than provoked, right?
Yeah. And I don't know what I would have done in that situation. I mean, the kids were acting like kids do these days, and I'm around them all day long. I'm not surprised by their behavior.
What do you think about the defense closing when they went through and said, look, if you are basically on the fence to any degree, the instructions are to find him not guilty. That's the law.
Well, that is the law. So I guess I would have to find him not guilty then.
Yeah.
Because that is the law. I have a reasonable doubt. I don't know. Unless we were, fussing and discussing, and I guess looking at that video again and listening to other people's take on it and how they feel. I guess that's why not just one person decides, but a whole group decides. And I appreciate that. We're fortunate to have a system of justice that allows for that.
Yeah.
I like the lesser included, yeah. Tough one.
Slanda brings something up in chat. And while I've got you on the phone, I want to ask you, because I love other people's opinions. Slanda says, why are we excusing the teen's behavior? I'd be devastated if any of the kids were in that mob. What do you think about a situation where we have, I would say, criminal activity on both sides, or suspected criminal activity on both sides, right? Obviously, murder is a suspected criminal activity. Self-defense is an excuse, basically. It's a reason, an exception to make that murder justified. But what if there's something on the other side where you have not necessarily the same nature? Why don't the police charge everybody? Why doesn't everybody get a ticket, or end up in court for whatever charges for their part that was played in this?
Let me see. Looking at it from an educator point of view, if those kids, if they had been juniors, seniors in high school and had done something like that in school, it would have been considered bullying. And they would have gotten some sort of punishment for that. I think they should have had something. I really do.
Yeah.
I think there should have been. I mean,
So they didn't kill anyone, and they were not.
Right.
There was no weapons, right? There was some violence, which
they assaulted him,
which might be justified. Okay, if the jury's going to determine if he was the one that in their view, if he was the one that caused this, and they were defending the girl, if the guy that decked him and knocked him on his butt was defending the girl, that would be justified, right? You can in the defense of somebody else.
Not if you were in the school.
Not in a school. I'm talking just in regular. But if it wasn't, then you've got everything from, at the very minimum, you've got, blowing a 0.2 without your parents present, drinking alcohol in the river, would be public intoxication or underage drinking, or
they should have gotten charged for that.
Up to inciting a riot. If you want to go that far.
Yeah, they should have gotten some sort of minor in possessions or something. Drunk and
disorderly.
I do. Yeah. At the minimum, the MIPs. I think that the ball was dropped on that side. I think maybe there was some tunnel vision by the police because someone died and there was horrible injuries that they failed to look at the other side of it. I think there's been some discussion by the defense about that.
Yeah. I think next week on the podcast, a week from today, we're hoping to have a police officer on as an interview. So far, it's lined up and it's great. And Thomas has lined this up. It's going to be amazing. One of the things I might ask him about, if I get a chance to just spitball questions at him with no warning, is that the police officers have discretion, professional discretion, in performing their job. And what does that mean? That means that when they pull you over for speeding, they either can choose to give you a verbal warning, they can give you a written warning, or they can write you up a ticket, and they get to choose. There's no, there might be encouragement or guidelines from the department, but they have this range of discretion at their actions. And maybe the officers who looked at this said, look, in the scope of things, based on how we view this, what the kids went through is punishment enough. So yes, they were smoking weed. Yes, they were drinking when they shouldn't have been, and got out of hand. But I'm not sure if they even knew really the extent of what happened with the kids at the time. But
yeah, well, I just had a thought. My son-in-law is an undersheriff, and I may just show him. Sometimes I ask him questions because of trials I've watched. I'm like, hey, what do you think about this? Or what do you think about that? I may just run this past him and maybe call after we have a verdict and give you his kind of take on it. Yeah.
That would be really cool. But that's awesome. Amy, thanks for the call. Appreciate talking to you.
Thanks for driving me to work. I'm 3/4 of the way there.
Enjoy school today. So,
Thank you.
And change
Thank
some
you.
lives. So I appreciate that.
Hoping to.
All right. We'll see you.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. I don't think the police have discretion when it comes to felonies, only misdemeanors and below.
Call from Allison.
Hey, Allison. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing this morning?
Hey, good morning. I won't take up too much time. I look at it as if pretend the scenario it's just adults, right?
Okay.
Or 17, 18-year-olds. And there's the same actions, but they're in a park. And you don't see who they are, but they're people. You don't know the gender, you don't know the age, and you have the same confrontation. I think people would see this totally different. I think there's a lot of emotion coming through because of the teenagers. Mm-hmm. I do think it was self-defense. That's just my opinion. And I don't really like them bringing up what he did afterward. No matter what he did, it was still self-defense in the moment. The lies don't erase it because the motive, and I guess they can pull an intent, but I just feel if it wasn't, you didn't know who they were just people, and in a confrontation, it would be totally different, looked at totally different, like emotionally, comment.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
That's it.
That's short, sweet, straight to the point. I appreciate you sharing that.
Thanks for the coverage.
Not
Bye.
a problem. Thank you. We do have feed now from the courtroom as we're waiting for the jury to show up in just moments. We think the first thing they're going to do is appear in the courtroom and watch the video. So we'll get that. The judge will probably reread the question or just announce what they're doing. The jury has already previously asked one other question, and that was also to watch the video. But in that case, they watched two videos, both cell phone videos, pretty much all the way through. And they watched both of them, or at least most of both videos, twice. So now that they've done that, they've asked to watch the main video, the one that's not blurry, the non-Sasquatch video, and they're asking to watch that from about 10 seconds before Mr. Mew interacts with Maddie, which puts him right after the run up to the tubes, but right before the altercation begins, to about 2 minutes and 27 seconds, which is after as everybody's walking away. It basically covers everything that the charges cover in this case, because there's no charges about him lying or throwing a weapon. There could have been a million more charges, I think, in this case. Well, not a million, but you understand what I'm saying. There could have been many more charges with tampering with evidence for trying to throw the knife away or rinse it off or hide it, lying to police, false report. There could have been other charges as well, but those have not been charged. Maybe because of discretion. Maybe they're just going for the bigger charges. But just a heads up. It's a rough way to start the morning by watching that video again. But that's what the jury's going to do. I don't know if we've seen previously some juries reach a conclusion and then basically sleep on it. It's like they tell everyone, okay, go home, make sure you're good with where you stand. We might all be on the same page, but it's right at the end of the day. Let's go home, think it over, make sure everyone can sleep on it and not toss and turn all night and be able to look themselves in the mirror at the end of the day and say that they're good. So maybe we'll have a verdict early in the morning.
Call from Jane Stillwell.
Jane, hello. Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. First time caller, and I have to go back to a question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
You asked the paraprofessional teacher on our way to school about the kids' behavior, and someone said, "Why do we excuse the kids' behavior?" Mm-hmm. And there's no excuse for their behavior. They were being absolute bully jerks. But yeah, bully jerks. Beep, 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 beep. But the thing is, you ignore people like that. You don't run over to them. Like, they didn't get out of their tubes and do anything physical until he came to them.
Yeah.
So what I was taught is if people are being jerks like that and bullies, go the other way. Go back by your people. Go on the side of the thing until they float by. Whatever. You don't go at them when you're an old, fragile, recuperating 280-pound man.
Or just an adult to kids. I mean, there's so many things. I agree. There are so many points that this could have gone differently. That a simple, a better decision. We talked about this yesterday. Good, better, and best.
Right. You're good, better, best. Yes.
And I think that neither good, better, or best was chosen by both groups in several of the situations, and instead they went with what's legal. They went with I've got freedom of speech. I can say what I want. Okay, on the young men's side.
And then if you then add in brain development, you've got 6 teenage boys that are under the influence, that are being under the influence. Teenage boys that are football players, not stereotyping all football player kids, but that are just being stupid kids on the river their summer before their senior year, yelling at someone looking weird, which is horrible. Not excusing it. Horrible.
Hey, we've got the judge.
The man was not close.
We've got the judge.
Go ahead. Oh.
Thank you so much. I've got to update.
Let's go.
Thank you. We'll let you go. Appreciate
no
the call.
problem.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, I've got to update the jury timer because as soon as they sit down, we're going to start the timer.
All right, we are back on the record in State of Wisconsin versus Nikolai Mew. The attorneys are both sides of the attorneys are present. Mr. Mew is present. 12 jurors are present. When we left off yesterday, we were told that the jury wanted to view a portion of the Juwan Cockfield video again. Mr. Anderson, do you have it queued up?
Yes.
Right. And Mr. Trofasi, you or Mr. Nelson, you all consulted about the right spot to start from?
We did, Judge.
Perfect. Let's get up the monitor, and then you can hit play.
So content warning, it's a rough start this morning, but here we go.
Monitor's working for everyone? Okay. Please begin.
Oh, sorry.
I thought we were ready, but we have lawyers running tech, and so we have typical response.
Okay.
Please stop. We don't have audio.
We may be watching from this view. It depends on the cameraman, what they choose to look at. We've seen the video before, but it'll be about 2 minutes and 17 seconds in length that the jury's asked to view.
All right.
Who is that? What is the culture? Who is that? Who the hell is this?
Go. It doesn't matter.
He said he was
Go
looking
now.
for little girl.
Go.
He said he was looking for little girl. Yeah.
That's exactly what he said.
weirding us out. I even have that part on camera. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We trying to have fun. Is he gonna claim you? He's gonna claim you. We don't want this motherfucker. That is on camera. That is on camera. He on camera. Oh God, he on camera. Oh God, he on camera. He ain't a woman. He ain't a woman. You ain't a woman. He ain't a woman. You killed him. What the fuck? What the fuck? What?
Does anybody need to see it again? Okay, I'm seeing no indications. Please take the jury out. Please continue your deliberations.
All rise for the jury.
Day on the docket, you are absolutely correct. That is, it never gets easier to hear that. The jury now, I don't know how many times, in viewing that portion completely all the way through, they've probably only seen that, what, 3 or 4 times in the course of
Anything else
trial.
for the record while we're assembled? No. All right, that's all. We are in recess.
So the judge is off the bench. We're going to keep monitoring and wait and see what happens. The jury's out deliberating, continuing into their fourth hour of deliberation. Oops, let me keep that. Let's do this. There we go. Keep that on the screen. All right. All right. Now, where do we go from here? Do you want to do some court hopping? Do you want to talk about this trial? If there are some opinions, obviously we want to share them as respectfully as possible. No name calling and all that, but no winners no matter the outcome. No heroes in this except for the first responders and medics. Lois saying, I think they're hung. I think they're hung.
Call from Mrs. Kevin.
Mrs. Kevin? Is that who's on the phone?
Yes. I can't believe I got through.
First try, right? How are you doing?
I'm good. First time caller, a little nervous.
Hey, this is the first time I've answered your call. I am also nervous. My finger's
Oh,
hovering
don't
on the
wonder why.
bleep button. I don't know what you're going to say. What's on your mind today?
It was so interesting. I was watching Monday and Tuesday with my parents. They were visiting with us. And my dad was a pastor in West Virginia. And he was telling me a story about his first year in his pastorate and a self-defense case that he was involved in. And I was like, wait a minute, I've never heard of you being involved in a court case that involved someone being murdered. And my dad was like, yeah, I was a witness.
He witnessed the murder, or did he get did he hear the confession and have to...
So he was a character witness for the guy who killed someone.
Wow. And he
So
was
he
like,
said,
I've never seen him kill anyone before. What do you say at that point?
my dad said the prosecutor hated him on the stand. He was absolutely like every word that came out of my dad's mouth, he was like, objection. And my dad was like, I'm just saying, like, it's not, he's like, my name is Pastor Gary. And he's like, objection. It's like, what?
Didn't want anything to come out.
No, nothing. Because, so what happened was the young man who had killed this guy, he was seeing a girl, and this girl had an ex-boyfriend who was very abusive and controlling, and he had been to her house that day and was threatening her and threatening to kill her. So she's all upset, and she called, the guy's name was Mike. She called Mike and said, hey, he's threatening me. I don't know what to do. And he said, well, I'll come and get you. And she said, okay. And he said, well, I'll be done working at this time and I'll come pick you up. And she calls him about an hour later and said she just came back to the house and there was an open gun case on the table, and the gun was gone. And she was really scared and didn't know what to do. And he said, I'm coming right now. Well, his dad said, if he's got a gun, you need a gun. He said, you should take this pistol with you and just have it just in case and whatever. So he's there trying to get this girl out, and the guy comes back. Mm-hmm. And he's like coming up the front, and Mike goes to the window and says, hey, I have a gun. And he holds up the pistol to the window, and he says, what you need to do is just leave. Okay. You need to leave. And the guy bends down like to his shoe and comes up and is holding something. Well, Mike thought he was going to shoot him. So he just shot him. And turns out the guy just had a beer bottle and had no gun.
Oh, man.
And he shot and killed him. And
those are tough ones.
It was tough.
It was
tough. The jury apparently deliberated for 3 hours, and they acquitted him, said that it was self-defense. He had reason to believe that guy had a gun, and it was his understanding that he'd been threatening the young lady and everything. But my dad said, ruined that poor guy's life. He had to move out of state and everything. But he said, all for a girl.
All for a girl. Well,
man. Yeah, I was like, Dad, that's crazy. I said, well, did you have to like meet with the lawyer and prep and everything? And he said, yes, I did. And he said it was an experience. He said, but that prosecutor was not happy with anything I had to say, because apparently he was the first phone call that he made. Mike called my dad as soon as he got into the jail. And apparently the church board voted to pay his bail. That's how much they believed that it was self-defense. Wow. And that's all the defense attorney wanted my dad to say, was get up there and say that the church board believed that he's not a murderer, so much so that they were going to pay his bail.
I can actually see the objection to that, because he would be testifying to what other people believed, like basically what they were thinking.
Exactly.
And so
exactly. Yeah. So it turned out that paying someone's bail was against church policy, so they weren't allowed to do that, but they wanted to. They
tried. That's awesome. That's a great story, and you just got that out of your dad now, and I did. That is really cool.
That happened he said it happened in 91, and I'm like, how come all these years?
Where was
you
I?
Never told me that story. Yeah, I'm like, come on.
Oh, that's awesome.
But yeah, he knows how much I like true crime, so I was even more surprised that he never told me that. I'm like, what do you mean?
You need to sit him down and say, look, Dad, you're holding out on me. What else you got? Out with it. You've got some experience there.
They told me some crazy story about the FBI and a militia. Oh man, I'll tell you that sometime. But that was crazy.
Wow. Yeah, you've got some good ones. That's awesome. Hey, you know what I suggest? Record those stories. Record him telling those stories.
I should record those stories. That's a great idea. So my dad actually did a radio show for 7 years, and he just retired.
Use his equipment and record those stories.
That's why I was thinking I'm going to have him bring his equipment. I'm going to record him telling these stories. So we've got these. We should start a podcast like the stories from behind the pulpit or something, because he's got some wild ones.
It's like the tales from the principal's office, but from behind the pulpit. That is. Part of the problem is there's there's a preacher what do they call that? The clergy privilege, right? Where you can share things with a clergy member. So if he shares something, he has to be careful.
But that doesn't work if the clergy member is your parent, just so you guys are all aware.
You couldn't just go to confession and say, forgive me, Dad, because I've sinned.
Sorry, Dad. This happened.
Last weekend, I told my parents that I was at a sleepover, and pretty soon that hand just reaches right through that, grabs you around the throat. Yep. I told you.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
That's funny. That's hilarious. There are some stories there for sure. I hope you get to record those.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I never would have thought of that, so I'm definitely going to bring that up to him. He'll think that's great.
Yeah, that's cool. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for calling.
I thought it fit so perfectly into this trial, because my dad was like, it was very similar.
That is cool. Tell him the podcast, if you need some help, if he wants to do that, I would love to give you any advice or recommendations as far as how to get it set up. It's actually really easy. It's never been easier to start a podcast, especially if it's voice only.
So I don't want to promote anybody offhand, but I have a buddy who, him and his friend, they know just like the most useless random information, and they started a podcast where they just look in and research a bunch of random topics, and they just talk about them all the time. And it's so interesting, all the random things that they find, that they were like, yeah, it's super easy. We just sit down in the basement and put some microphones on, and then we can just put it out there.
This sounds like what Thomas and I do. I'll give you a random bit of information.
Yeah.
Louie Louie.
Louie Louie?
The song Louie Louie.
Louie Louie, okay.
Do you know the song?
I don't.
Oh my goodness. I don't think I can play it. It's so iconic. It
Probably
repeats
good.
Louie Louie, we gotta go. Yeah. Louie Louie. Yeah. I can't sing it. But the lyrics to that song are so indecipherable that the FBI once investigated them for indecencies in their music. But nobody knows what it says. They're like, I don't know. We just went, yeah.
I am going to submit that one to him. He'll probably have a field day with that one.
Yep.
We recently actually just did one about the hodag. Have you ever heard about the hodag?
I've never heard that.
It's from Wisconsin, and it's a mythical creature that they have there, and we were researching a hodag. It's kind of nuts.
Is it like part human?
Yes,
okay, these ones scare
humanoid,
me to
like
death.
Bigfoot type thing. It's crazy.
I am fine with like weird animals. Give me a chupacabra or a snipe or something like that. But when it gets like half human, half something else, I'm like, oh, nope, I don't go there. I will not sleep if you draw me a picture. I will not talk to you again if you bring it up.
So, I guess I should say this, but my parents just retired. Like I said, they were missionaries in Southern Africa for 22 years.
Oh, wow. That is awesome. I bet they had some experience down there too.
Oh, yeah. So I grew up there. I grew up in Southern Africa. And let me tell you, you haven't heard anything about any type of mythical creatures until you've lived in the most superstitious place in the world.
That is crazy. I cannot wait.
There were some crazy wise tales that I grew up with. Like, if you hear dogs barking at night, it's because witches are flying overhead. If you crush a cockroach, you killed a wizard. Yeah, stuff like that.
I'm a wizard slayer.
yes, you are. You need a shirt that says that, like in the raid font.
Yes, that's cool. I am so excited for you to be able to record those stories. I'm jealous. I have to tell you, when I first started my foray into entrepreneurship, when I wanted to start a business, the very first time, I started a company called Looking Back Video, which was me going out and recording people's stories, life stories, things like that. Generally, you're recording people who are older in life. They've lived a lot of years, had a lot of experience, and they just have a wealth of information that that we don't know as kids. We don't know all these stories. Sometimes we grew up with them and never stopped to ask. And so I started that. I loved every minute of it, and it did not pay worth anything. And so I couldn't do it. But I would highly recommend, and I'd love to help anyone who wants to try to do that to make that happen. So it's really cool.
Well, I'll talk to him, and then if he's interested, I'll shoot you a message on the burner and let you know what he says.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
love talking to you today. Thanks for calling. We'll see you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Yep, bye.
We needed that phone call after the video that was played in court this morning. So thank you so much. People would tell me anything. Stories from a preacher. If you can get a preacher to talk, even if they have to change the names to protect the guilty, that would be hilarious. It's things I've heard at confessional. I mean, oh my goodness, it would make a sailor blush probably, but there's podcast material there for sure. Hazelnut Pretzel, thank you very much. Gifted a membership. Appreciate that. Very generous. And also shout out to Hannah, 7 months.
Call from Angela.
Angela's on the phone.
To accept,
wonderful.
press 1.
I always accept Angela's calls. Angela, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, except the weather. I wish the weather was better, but I'll get over it. Well, I'm gonna be a beggar and go back to the trial.
Okay, that's all right. That's what we're actually waiting for. We're on Verdict Watch, so there's no problem with actually talking about the trial.
Okay, before I start talking, I need to do a content warning for all the vegans. for all the vegans and vegetarians in the chat.
Content warning for vegans and vegetarians. Now I'm intrigued.
Well, I am from Balkan, so if we are to be vegans or vegetarians, we pretty much would starve to death,
Yeah.
So meat is, our heart of the food. Everything has to include meat, more or less. And based on that, we do buy. I do live in Sweden, just for clarification. We do. Before we did buy meat in stores, we do still buy like chicken and not pork, chicken, but pork and beef. We local source it from farmers.
Okay.
And here comes the content. We get big chunks of meat, so we have to, slice it.
Like butcher it yourself. You get like a side of beef, and you would be preparing it into meal-sized portions.
Yes, and then putting it in freezer. And the reason why I am saying this and why I am taking and has to do with this trial is I realized last night it was too busy to call in, which I wanted because I have a few questions for your wife actually, but that's a whole other story. I am a physicist. I am part physicist also. So I love what's the name? I love anything that has to do with experiments, and I have like a ton of cookies that I have to throw away because I did all sorts of stuff with them.
Reminds me not to eat a cookie if you offer. So, go on. So we have meat and cookies, and hopefully the experiment didn't mix the two, because that is just wrong.
Yeah. Well, back to the point is that as a physicist, I also love to do a lot with friction and force, and I love to do calculations on how much force does it take to do something. And one of the things that a medical examiner can do, not always, but mostly can do, is calculate how much force did it take to, stab someone and do the said
the injury. Yeah.
Yes, which they did not do. And now I go back to me talking about meat and what we. And actually, it was my dad who butchered it. Is I couldn't do it because it took so much force, and I have seen a lot of experiments done on pigs to see if to replicate the injuries on a human to see if to find a weapon or something. What was done to find the weapon, Right. So it takes a lot of force,
Yeah.
And
so you're talking about doing experiments on the carcass of an animal. You go to the butcher shop to get a whole pig, and instead of buying it for roasting a whole pig like a barbecue, you take it home and you test to see how a murder injury could occur, because I mean, pigs and people are different, but in a lot of ways that we're also very the same.
Yeah, but the consistency is different, but the structure of the muscle is similar. Mm-hmm. That's why people do it on pigs, sometimes they use mannequin, but pigs are more easier to find and cheaper in some ways, because sometimes they don't buy the whole pig, they just buy some parts of it. Right. But so I am, so my point is that based on what I saw with my own eyes, I am starting to doubt, a little, because, I mean, it would be easier if, because it takes a lot of force to stab someone and disembowel them,
Yeah.
And do the injuries he did. That's not over the line of self-defense. That's jumping over the line of self-defense.
I have to say that from my experience, just as someone, I've hunted, but I'm not a good hunter. Meaning, I don't think I've ever been successful in hunting with a firearm, like ever. I can't recall ever being successful in hunting with a firearm. But I have fished a lot, and I do eat some of the fish I catch. If I want to eat it, I'll catch it and keep it and clean it. I try to do it as ethically as possible. But there's from what I've learned of cleaning fish, it can be surprising how the sharpness of a knife, the type of the knife, the direction it's used, sometimes how much force is required, and also sometimes how little force is required beyond a certain point. So an initial cut might be difficult, but subsequent cutting might be very easy, depending on a lot of different factors. So I know that's a lot of things. I think the initial penetrating the skin is more difficult than continuing to cut, but going through bone is incredibly difficult. And hearing that that all those things happened it's crazy.
To answer the seventh question, let me put you this way, Seven. We butchered about 100 kilograms of pig last year. We went through 4 knives, sharp knives.
Yeah. Well, Angela, you've painted a vivid picture in our minds, and I appreciate the content warning.
That's why I started the content warning.
We're going to let the pendulum swing back the other direction now.
Yeah, and I thought of sending you Swedish cookies. Well, in that case, I won't send you, because if you don't want to.
I'm not sure if I want to taste ones that you made. Like, I don't want it to be like the experiment guinea pig. I guess pig is a bad example altogether for you. So.
Let me put it this way. I'm not experimenting on making the cookies. I experiment on cookies that I buy in the store, okay? That's different.
Oh, like how long you dip them in milk before you eat them type things?
No. Things like marshmallows and what happens to them in vacuum. Or whipped cream, what happens with it in vacuum. Let's just say we stopped using cookies with whipped cream because it's a mess. It takes a while to
clean up. We've done some of those experiments with marshmallows with our kids at homeschool. I bought a little vacuum chamber that I can suck all the air out, and it's fun to watch, when there's no atmospheric pressure on something, how it reacts. So awesome, Angela. Yeah. Great talking to you. I'd love to find out that you're a physicist. So we will talk to you again soon. Have some bacon for breakfast, I guess.
I am actually, the reason why I want to talk to your wife is because I am going to be a teacher in high school, and that's why I wanted to ask her. And I'm part physicist, part mathematics, because here in Sweden you have to be specialized in 2 subjects in high school and teach those 2 subjects. It's completely different than US, actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
Different requirements,
yes.
But that's exciting.
Different requirements.
I hope you enjoy teaching.
Yeah.
I hope the students enjoy your teaching and cherish what you teach them. So.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I hope that. And I'm actually I was asked the other week actually why did I choose teaching, and I answered that person that I want to spread the love for science, because cool. There is, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
appreciate it.
Hope I did not ruin anyone's breakfast.
We'll give you a pass. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
That's awesome. All right. Let's see. We're getting some mixed results. People saying they've through either hunting or something else. Their experience says that they are not surprised by the type of injuries. I will say that the knife was clearly sharp. I would say that type of injuries that we got was both sharp as a point and sharp on the blade for the injuries to have occurred like they do as quickly as they did. Are you as bad at closing deals as you are at calls? All right. Yes, very much so. Thank you for pointing that out, Bunty McBonface. Have you ever been able to teach Dr. Joe how to fix burner phone issues? I sent him. I sent Dr. Joe a text, I think, to his burner phone with a solution. Unfortunately, the the way a computer works, it requires either a software or a hardware solution, and all the software solutions cost money. But it's under $100, and it would be able to route his audio.
To accept, press 1.
I'm sorry, I talked over your name. Who am I speaking with? This is RA.
This is Master Ayden.
Master Ayden.
First time caller, I believe. Yes. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm excited to actually get a. Is my background too loud? I'm at work.
I can hear you. It's a little bit of noise, but so far I can understand what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, I'm at work. Yeah, I'm just honored to finally get a hold of you. Kind of get my little opinion on the trial.
Yeah, please do.
I think we shared the same exact opinion. I came into the trial. I think I even typed in the chat like, oh no, he's guilty. And then after kind of engaging in the video, I'm a little half blind, so I couldn't see the details, but I know the details. I looked at it as he became not guilty on the impact of his mindset. In the very act of the attack, his mindset is what made him not guilty, because it's hard to say if he felt threatened or he didn't feel threatened.
Yeah.
They set it up for him to say, I felt threatened and I felt I had to do what I did. Even if it was over the top, it was a bad decision that I made. But I usually compared it to if I was in a dark alley and somebody pulled a water gun on me, and I can't see if it's a real gun, and I happen to have a real gun. I made a bad decision because maybe I should have saw it was a fake gun, but at that point in time, I felt threatened.
Yeah.
So I used.
That's a great point, and the law in Wisconsin actually goes along with that. You're saying that some people are having a hard time to hear because of the background noise, but I can understand. You're saying that the mindset of Mr. Mew is what is really the decision maker for you. That how he felt about the situation. If he felt that he was that he was under attack, even if the situation may not have been in reality what he perceived. The law is written such that they have to view it as if you're him. Now, there is a caveat that what he felt has to be reasonable, right? That a reasonable person would feel that. But I think you're right. If the jury agrees, and also, the jury has to look at who started it, and they have to make that decision.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Because I think that says a lot, because at some point he did walk away, and they followed him, and maybe that will go into his favor as well. He did turn back around to engage in them, but, I think a lot of people would say, you know what, I wouldn't run, I wouldn't keep walking away because I don't know what's behind me. They could pull out a gun, they could rush me. Sometimes confronting the problem is what most people would perceive as the solution. If a group of kids is coming up behind me after they taunted me and called me a pedophile, I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to throw something at me. I don't know if they're going to charge at me. So when he turned back around to confront them with the knife, I feel that's where it was what we would perceive as the reasonable force, because he has no idea. And like you said, I was confused. I was semi-surrounded. I don't know what these kids were capable of doing because they had already attacked me. They put their hands on me. And morally it was wrong. We could say morally he made a bad decision, but legally speaking, he may have made a decision that he perceived saved his life.
Yeah.
And all that lying to the cops and everything, both sides have lied to each other. So, I'm sorry.
There's lying all around. There's plenty of lies in this case.
Both sides lie. So, we can throw that out.
Yeah.
And another thing I want to point out, Recovery, me and you both have a similar background.
Really?
I too was addicted to World of Warcraft, and it did a lot of damage to me. And thank goodness I lost a lot of my vision. That kind of forced my hand into not playing the game anymore. Yeah, I'm a minister now, but I tell that story to everybody. I say I lost my vision, but I gained a lot of it because it made me see a different light in life.
That's awesome to hear. Congratulations, whatever it was that brought you to that point, making a change in life where you recognize that the path you're on isn't the one you want to end up on. That's great. Thank you for calling. Appreciate that, and love the new profession.
And really quickly, I do live in Bexar County, so if they ever do the trial, I'm gonna try and maybe try to be there.
Wonderful. Judge Boyd is amazing. So thank you so much.
Yes,
Great to talk to you. All right.
Thank you,
have a great day.
Thank you.
Yep. We'll see you.
You too.
Bye.
call from?
It's Mike.
It's Mike. This is RA. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm just fabulous. Just watching the timer count. 4 hours, 32 minutes. 43210.
Yep.
It just went on the screen. 43210. So one of those good times. What's on your mind this morning, Mike?
Well, I think and I hope, just in my opinion, it's going to be a not guilty verdict.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. A guilty verdict where he committed murder. And the reason why is this. I mean, them kids, and I call them kids because I'm 57 years old, right. They were on that river minding their own business. They were not making any interaction with this guy. He literally chased them down the river, literally lunged at their tube, literally made the first contact. He stabbed an unarmed girl, a 115-pound unarmed girl wearing a bikini, holding a beer and a cell phone. And then he stabbed a guy trying to break up the fight. So who was the aggressor here? I mean, if they let him off on 2 counts of not guilty because of 2 people, fine. But the other 3 people and the guy he killed and stabbed, he needs to go to jail for the rest of his life on that. He was the complete aggressor and instigator. That is my opinion.
Well, I will tell you this: your opinion, it's not yours alone. There are other people that share that opinion. It's not. I don't agree with some of that. Some of what you've said, basically, there was competing evidence in some of those things that were offered, and both of us have to choose, just like the jury does, which one we believe, which one's more believable, and obviously for the facts to line up the way you've shared, which I appreciate sharing. You've viewed some of the facts that I've accepted as being not believable, and some of the facts that other people have presented as acceptable. So this is exactly what a jury does, and I appreciate that, Mike, for you to share that. For example, one of the differences is I believe, just from my experience, and I'm drawing from my experience here, I believe that when he says he stumbled in the river, I believe he did. I believe being that close to them, and not punching at them or swinging at them or something. I believe that he going down and catching himself on the tube. I believe that there was a trip. I do believe he ran at them.
He was charging them when he did that. He was charging at them when he stumbled. Here's what I respectfully address. I do not think he stumbled. I think he lunged and failed to grab the tube to stop their progress down the river. He literally took about 10 steps charging at them and then fell on the tube. Why did he stumble? Because he was charging at the tubes if he did stumble, which I don't believe. Why was he going towards them anyway? Was he accusing them of stealing a phone?
Yes.
Okay, so he's wrong to start with then.
Well, he's looking for a phone. He's minding his own business. They're yelling at him, right? They're calling him all these names, asking what he's doing. I find it unreasonable to believe that he said, "I'm looking for little girls." That for me, I don't think that happened. I believe he probably said something about goggles and not little girls.
Okay, why are they taking this initial reaction towards him? Why? Because they were initially afraid of the way he approached, lunged, made first physical contact. Their very first words were, "What the heck, man? Get out of here." Them were the kids' and they're kids because I'm 57 years old. Them were their very first words were, "Why take a knife to a river?" And let me tell you, why carry a knife in your swimming trunks at a river going look? Why? Let me tell you about something carrying a knife, sir. Yeah. 3/4 of people that carry a knife do in self-defense knowing they'll use it towards somebody else. That's mostly why people carry knives. They know they're going to use them towards somebody else.
I'm going to call BS on that. Is that all right?
Absolutely. Why did he have a knife in the river that day in his swimming trunks?
Because you cut the cords. You're literally. I've tubed. Last year I carried a knife as I tubed down the river for this very reason, and I have zero intent of stabbing anyone. I've been tangled
up. Well, the evidence says cords were pre-cut. That's the evidence. The testimony is he actually got the knife and put back in his pocket before he went down to the river. Why did he lie to the? If it was truly self-defense, now why do you feel the need to ditch the weapon, escape the scene, lie to the cops 20 minutes later, try to hide from the cops. Actually, if it's truly self-defense. Now, I understand in the heat of the moment, but I'm talking about 10 or 15 minutes later when you have time to calm down.
Okay.
He was trying to get away. And
deep breath. I respect your opinion. I really do. Let's step down just a little bit, because I think you've got some valid points. You've got some things that we can discuss and consider. But we need to take a deep breath and sort of tone it down just a tiny bit if we could.
I understand. I'm just in a hurry. I'm trying to get ready to go to work. That's why I'm rushing through it. I got to go to work.
I hear you.
But I'm sorry about that.
You're good. You've got some points. I mean, the issues about him lying, that's a big question mark. I really wish that in this case, for where I stand, I wish that didn't happen. It would make my position a lot easier to hold, right? I hear you there. I do believe that some of the things that we're talking, there are two different stories that have been presented, and we have to choose which one we believe in, and we've chosen different ways, and it's fine. But for me, him running at them after he's looking for a phone, and the story of somebody holding up a phone, even if it was him using it to film, okay, it could have been the phone that was actually filming, him holding it up and running to it. I just don't see, if he was charging at them, if he was angry and charging at them, why does he stop at the tube? Is it, he's just suddenly the fact that he dropped his goggles means he's not angry anymore. He's not going to swing at them or say anything. The actions right from then on, it doesn't seem reasonable for me to say that what happened before was out of anger. I think he was running because like, hey, they've got my phone. They're taunting me. Maybe I'm going to run up to him and get the phone.
That's borderline psychotic thinking, in my opinion. Hey, you have my phone. I'm going to run up and attack you. That's kind of borderline psychotic. But he attacked him, sir. He ran to him and lunged at him. You call it an accidental fall. That's fine. It's a lunge. Either way, it's 50-50. Here's my point. By the way, I really appreciate taking my phone call. I do have to get ready to work, but I really appreciate it. I'm enjoying your show. I'm going to subscribe. I'm enjoying your show, but I'm in a hurry because I got to go. But listen, it's just I would never, ever, ever stab a 115-pound girl in a bikini wearing a bikini and a cell phone and a beer. That is not a weapon. Shame on that man for doing that. He should have been the adult that day and turned and walked away, which he did, but then he came back for a fight, by the way. Awesome. But and then ditched the weapon. Anyway, Mike, hey, man, I got to go. God bless you, buddy. God bless you, buddy. Okay,
thanks. Have a good day at work. We'll see you. Bye. All right. Probably the most animated caller I've ever had on the phone. I understand. Strong feelings. I appreciate him being able to articulate that. I realize a lot of people are like, take a breath. He's just under pressure. Cut him some slack. First time he's called is great. I love that he was able to share some things, honestly, that a lot of you agree with in a lot of ways. Anyway, thanks. Be nice. Everyone be nice. All right. Next up, let's see who's here.
Tiffany?
Oh, hang on a second, Tiffany.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Tiffany, how are you doing?
Hi, Scott. How are you? Well, I'm good.
Wonderful.
Okay. Man, the last caller, he has a lot of points. And
a lot of passion.
Agree.
Points and passion.
A lot of passion.
Yep, that was good.
It woke me up this morning.
Yeah, who needs coffee
after? It's morning for me. It's 6:44, so I've got a little bit of a difference for time for you guys.
Yep.
So I thought so much about this, the whole picture, everything. And I think, like you said many times, this isn't one clear incident. It's separate incidents that people are putting together, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that both groups, the teams and the man, made mistakes before it happened. Both could have walked away. Both could have made different decisions, but both had the right up until Madison and the man were there in the river.
Great.
And in that moment, I can't get past the fact of not thinking about everything that had just happened, because I don't think all of that changes what led or where they were in that moment. And the fact that things changed so quickly that I don't think I tried to put myself in his shoes and how he would have felt, and I would have been scared. Like, you've got 13 kids or not, who were hitting, who was yelling, it doesn't really matter. Like that, how overwhelming that feeling would have been, surrounded or not surrounded, but having a lot of people around you screaming. It's loud, it's confusing. He did not look, to me, I didn't think that he was laughing. I mean, that looked like confusion and being very, very overwhelmed and not knowing what to do. And he was probably thinking, like, how did I get into this situation? And, you know, it escalated so quickly. So I don't know. I mean, was it too much force? Possibly, but did he have enough time to really think about how much force he was using? I don't think so.
You bring up a good question. And that is, as far as the amount of force, what were his options with force? He could say, all right, fist to fist, me versus 26. Okay, if you're counting everyone's fists, right? I've got 2. You've got 26. And obviously not all 13 people were attacking him.
Right.
But even 2 on 2 or 2 on 1 is that might not have been sufficient force, because I mean, just standing there. I would argue to say being standing your ground, which he did. He didn't retreat, and then being attacked. He's at a disadvantage from the get-go. Okay, he's been possibly a little bit dazed, possibly a little bit confused, injured a tiny bit, shocked. You go from, like, you know, a low elevated heart rate to suddenly like extreme what is going on very quickly. And his options were, what? Do I punch when I've got people all over? His only other choice as far as weapon, now he could have pulled it out and said, hey, back up, I'm willing to use it. That was an option. Okay, at that point, he didn't choose to do it. I think that would have been a better option. But at the same time, I'm not convinced he had time himself to make that choice.
Right.
But, you know, it's not like he could pull out a baseball bat and say, look, you know, I'm going to hit you with something harder because you guys hit me.
Right. Well, I think it's really easy to judge where his hand was frame by frame, but it was microseconds for some of these actions that he was making, like touching this or doing that. Yeah. And like you, Scott, my husband carries a knife everywhere with him. Never uses it for anything other than a tool. I mean, he takes it it doesn't matter where he's going. Besides, if we're having to go into a government building, will he take it off, you know?
Yeah.
But, and I mean, with the last caller saying that he lunged at them, I do agree that he came up fast.
Yeah.
But to me, it wasn't angry. It was like, what the heck are you kids doing? Do you have my phone? And then, I mean, I don't see it as attacking, because if he was going to attack them, he would have attacked them, and he didn't. Like, he grabbed their float, dropped his goggles, and moved, like, and then he's like, where's my goggles? Now he's looking for his goggles, and he's walking away, and the kids are still. And so, to me, like, I have to separate those interactions that happened before and after, because I really don't think too much of what happened before even matters. Like, in the moment, I don't know if he hit Madison or not. I can't say, but there was something that happened there. Yeah. He could have aggressively pushed her out of her way. I mean, if I have somebody a foot away from me, right in my face,
here's what I'll say.
At me,
when he was running up to the tubes, I think the boys could have been justified if they took a swing at him at that time. If somebody punched him.
Yeah.
At that point,
at that moment they were unsure.
They could have been, look, I'm scared. This guy, what is going on? Getting too close, swing. They chose not to.
I thought that too.
That was a good choice.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the legal choice, I think they could have swung at him. Now, the fact that they didn't, that's good on them. Later on, where the girls are pushing at him, I think it sounds bad because I don't believe in hitting a woman, but I think in the legal side, he was in the right to use some force to say, hey, back up, stop. Stop hitting me, stop pushing me. There was some force. I don't know how much force was used. The story gets really convoluted there, but it escalated.
And
I think
I agree. It wasn't an extended amount of force, or I do believe she would have fallen.
I believe it was the
just
legal
like everybody
choice
else
and not
said,
the good choice that he chose.
Well, sure. And here's the thing. I kind of disagree, and I'll probably get some flack for this. Hitting a woman thing, like in a general sense, sure, you shouldn't hit a woman, but being a woman does not remove you or allow you to to get in somebody's face and verbally assault them and physically assault them. You know, putting your hands on somebody else, that because you're a female doesn't give you that right. Yeah. And so, you know, anyways, but you know, even watching that video, my anxiety rises every time I see that video.
Oh, it's terrible.
And I'm watching from a phone or from my computer. Being in that moment, I truly believe he was scared and overwhelmed. That was not like a face of laughing or smiling. That was what is happening, where, you know what I mean? Like a confusion and anxiety.
Yeah.
But I mean, we'll see what happens. I think it could go either way. I think if there's this much divide in chat, there's that much divide with the jury. And this is not, I'm almost be surprised if there's something that comes of this today. I think there's a lot of arguing that's going to be happening.
Yeah. It's very likely that that there's a hung jury. I mean, we've got people on both sides and a pretty good split as well. Thank you very much for sharing your opinion. Thanks for doing it calmly. We need to take a deep breath here. So I appreciate that.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. I've got Amber on the phone here,
right,
so I'll take
day.
that one. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Amber, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. How
Wonderful
is
mod.
everybody?
Doing great. Happy Thursday to you.
you.
Ready for the
Happy
weekend?
Thursday. It's
Are you ready for the
podcast
podcast?
day.
Yeah. Are you ready for the podcast?
I am.
I'm not.
I'm so excited for the podcast.
I was actually 1:30 in the morning this morning. I was on the phone with Weather Watch with Thomas. We were talking over some things, talking about the podcast, and he reminded me once again. I'm like, yeah, we're still, because yesterday I said, oh, we've got the interview with the police officer. He has told me like 10 times, and on the podcast notes, it's now written in like 28-point font. The interview is next week. I put it there because I keep forgetting. He's told me over and over. The interview's on the 18th. On the 18th. Anyway, so yeah, I'm not quite ready for the podcast, but.
I'm so excited, but and granted, this is not why I called at all, but since you brought up the podcast, there's something that I did earlier this week that nobody really caught on to and nobody had the answer for, which really shocked me.
What's that?
Because it's something fun that we used to do on road trips all the time, and I hope Mom is listening because she would just
hey,
have
Mom.
a proud moment here. So I told Thomas that he should totally play a trick on you and see if you can figure this out. So I'm going to ask you this question and see if you know the answer.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Sort of. I'm sort of distracted, but go ahead.
Grandma don't like peas. What does she like?
You put this in chat. You put me.
I did?
You put this in chat like 2 days ago.
Uh-huh.
And I still don't know the answer. It's like the riddle. I was going to Google it, which is not. It's not fair. But now you just have to tell me the answer because I have no clue. What does Grandma like better? You know, if she doesn't like peas, her cues. See, Jeff says cues.
Put green beans, taters. Yep, those are all good. I'm waiting for somebody to get a wrong answer so I can point it out. Like green said cues.
Grandma don't like peas. She likes.
Right. If anything, what comes to mind?
Pecans, says Samantha.
No, Grandma don't like peas. Pecans have a P in them, right?
Brandy? Brandy? I don't know. What?
No, she doesn't like pickles either. Steve N gets it. Grandma don't like peas. P''S. Not P-E-A-S.
She doesn't like the letter P.
Right. Grandma don't like peas. What does she like?
Not apples either, right?
Not apples. So,
Grandma likes watching Days of Our Lives. Am I right?
Sure, there's not a P in that.
Okay. It's one of these.
So,
all right. What do you actually call for?
I actually called to see if we were going to do court hopping, if we were going to look back on your April 1st, April Fool's joke. I just kind of thought we'd see where we were going today.
Yeah. I don't know. If there's a verdict here soon, obviously we want that to happen. I was hoping that there would be a morning verdict, that they had slept on it and they all had a decision that they were ready to announce. It's looking less and less likely that that's the case. Give me a second. I'm actually lining up the Daybell live stream over for Top Mark Media for today, so hopefully we get that going here in just a second. We were going to do a little court hopping. We're going to do a little court hopping, possibly as the day goes on. We took a few phone calls. I think we took a good spectrum of phone calls about people who feel differently about the case, and so I think I'm ready for a verdict.
I am too.
We're almost 5 hours in, so
I am too. So we've sent a few links to you in Mod Chat for suggestions if you want to go to certain things.
Are you saying I should read Mod Chat?
Maybe.
The communication path that we have specifically set up for you to reach me without yelling at me over chat. Let's see. We do have a couple. Is Thurston County's up?
Yeah.
Oh, a quick one.
Yeah, but caution. Yeah, let's not do that one though, because it's an essay. It's an essay case.
Got it. Let's see. We've got Judge Cedric Simpson.
While you're looking, everybody's asking me what the answer is. The answer is anything without a P in the word.
Peas are delicious. I will tell you, growing up, I liked peas, but only for one reason. There was a really cute girl in elementary school. I was in 3rd grade. I think she was in 5th grade, so she was way out of my league. But there was a really cute girl. Her last name was Franklin. Cannot remember her first name. And she could do this thing where she would take school lunch. She'd take the peas, because back in the day they actually gave you vegetables. But she'd take the peas and she'd like tilt her head back and she'd balance it on her lips and she'd like blow it in the air and it would just like hover like 6 inches above her mouth. She'd just and it would just like float, defying gravity. And then she'd like open her mouth and pop it in. That was the coolest thing I'd ever seen as a kid. I hate the texture of peas. I hate the color of peas. I hate the taste of peas. But I like them because she liked them. And I've tried. Still to this day, I cannot do what she did with peas. But anyway, neither here nor there. Split peas is even worse. Right. Half a pea is worse than a whole pea.
That's true.
Ask anyone who's tried to stop never mind. We won't go into that.
I hear a pea under a mattress is uncomfortable too.
Terrible.
That's what I hear.
Amber, thank you very much. I'm going to get the live stream going for Daybell, because that's about to kick off, and
yeah, we don't want to miss that.
All right, we'll preserve that. That's going to be over on the Top Mike Media channel. That's just a live view of what happened in court, because they delete it immediately after it's over. So we're just going to save that there. If you want actual commentary on that, I know Brandy is doing that as well. I think Kurt from Untold Law is following this case. There are a lot of people following this trial. It's a long one. The audio is not the best, but I'm not going to focus on the audio there. I'm sort of just like preserving history for evidence purposes, but that's about it.
Right. Yeah, that Zoom audio is it's terrible.
Yeah.
That 10-week trial is going to be brutal with that kind of an audio.
Yes. I agree.
All right. Well, I'm off to work.
All right.
I will be in chat.
We will see you. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. Bye.
Call from
Mr. Upper Torso, Mrs. Mr. Upper Torso. How are you doing this morning?
I'm excellent. How are you doing today?
Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous.
Well, I'm coming in with an opinion that may not make me friends with the chat, but I'm just got to say what I'm seeing.
Is it your opinion?
I'm not. Oh, yeah.
Then it's all good.
I've been working a little bit. These self-defense cases I get a little quiet because I don't want to get in fights, because what I end up saying is like, it's a high burden. I have just seen cases where all it takes is one person backing up. All it takes is just you weren't at threat of lethal, violence. You weren't going to have great injury or death. You had no right to shoot them. You had no right to kill them. It's just a lot of those come back guilty. And I watched the video. I completely agree. He was ganged up on. There were a lot more people. Sorry, lost my voice. A lot more people against him. But personally, I don't think that rises to the level of getting assaulted. I'm sorry. I know he was getting kind of pushed down a little bit, but he was always kind of in a sitting position. I never saw him on his back, never saw him getting his head held under the water. And I have seen what it looks like, not personally, but I've heard in my city, there was a case within the last couple of years where a group of like 14 to 16-year-old girls, like 6 of them, jumped on a homeless guy and really beat him up badly. So when I look at the way Nick was after in the police car, the way he didn't seem injured. There was no bruises on his face. Like, it didn't look like anyone even landed a punch on him that I could see. But I agree. There was the overwhelm. There was a lot of people coming in. And it's unfortunate because I think the people that came in later came in to help. They came in to try to break up this fight. And Nick's like, oh my God, there's more people now. So there's like 3 different groups who didn't even know each other, who all one member from their group got attacked. I just don't know if it's going to raise to the level where he was allowed to get that violent. Even if he was overwhelmed, I don't know. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, this is Wisconsin, and without going into the politics and the other cases, we've seen high-profile self-defense cases out of Wisconsin before, and so I'm not from that area. I'm not sure what the general mindset is on this one, but generally, when kids are involved, we tend to give them more latitude and leeway in their actions because their development isn't all the way there. And here we have an adult and a child, even though it's within a couple of years, they would have been called.
And they were being jerks.
And they were.
They were not being nice.
No one is standing there
rowdy.
saying they were good. This is that's my son.
And I can see exactly. I don't want to get your channel, but I can see exactly I know how these teenage boys are. He probably came over saying, "I'm looking for my goggles. I'm looking for my goggles." And one boy was like, "He's looking for little girls." He says, "You've seen how teens do that. They're
it's a juvenile response.
Close to a pun." Yeah, like they tease like that. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Nick, but sometimes you have to be the adult and just walk away. If it's your phone, I get it. Maybe you call the cops, say, can we just track this phone? It's somewhere in the water. I think the kids are hiding it. But you don't barge in. Like maybe there was a confrontation when he was away from them and they were yelling at him. From what I saw, he kind of crashed in like right onto their tubes. It just seemed a bit much to react to teenagers as a 50-year-old. But beyond that, I could see how it escalated. He probably felt overwhelmed. But then the actions afterwards, there was a stabbing. Oh, okay. It's a little, I don't know. You're not helping yourself, Nick. You're not looking like I was attacked. I felt justified. And like you said, every state, every place has different self-defense laws. Like if you're going to feel ready to do that, if you're going to arm yourself with a gun or a knife, you better know what the local laws are, because all it takes is just moving to a different place and suddenly you're not in the same rights you thought you were. That's how easily it can just be lost. So that's what I'm like. If you are going to do self-defense, please just know your local laws so you don't get yourself in trouble too. And of course, you can always help yourself by, even if you're in fear, even if you are legitimately in trouble, still have respect for the other person's life, still understand, like, call them an ambulance, have concern for them once you're out of the threat. It goes a long way to show you still care about them. You still have that's usually what ends up getting these people. They just have no value for human life. They're just taking people out like they're John Wick in a movie with no thought that these are people with families and lives.
John
like
Wick.
They're not extras
Good reference.
for a movie. Yeah, it's just, I feel like that's what happens. Sometimes I look at people, I'm like, you just lost it. And when you think you're in a movie or something, this is not how real life plays out. You just can't be pulling out your gun to solve situations.
I'll tell you this.
Oh, you're nice.
When I've been in situations that are not fun, either I'm like, oh man, this is not going to go well. 99% of the time, it's not as bad as I feared. And if I act based on what my fear is, I usually make it worse.
Yeah, and that's reasonable, and that's why it's like, could any reasonable person be in, perception of fear is understandable, but I've found personally, you can de-escalate a situation just to let the person know, hey, this could get serious. I have a gun, I have a knife. Like, do we want to escalate it? And most people are reasonable, and they're like, well, no thanks. I don't think I want to risk that. You know what I mean? So if you're kind of smart, if you're trying to keep your head, you can still have self-defense without having to get violent, because even if you're totally in the right, chances are you're going through a court system. Even if you're getting found not guilty by a jury, that's a whole couple years of your life that is going to be very, very chaotic.
I can't get those back. You know, Mr. Repertorso,
Yes, I'll let you go. We can.
If you were their jury foreman, I'd hang your jury. I'm just telling you. I'm on the other side on this one. I apologize. Thanks for sharing nicely, though.
Sometimes I walk in with gut feelings, and sometimes they don't change. But that's the thing with juries. We could all know exactly what the jurors were thinking in their minds before they deliberate. But once they start talking, all opinions can change. We can never know.
I've got Samantha Terry calling in. Thanks so much, Mr. Repertorso.
Yep.
We'll see you
next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from
Samantha. How are you doing this morning?
Hi, boss. I thought I'd ring in and give my 2 cents.
What's on your mind?
Well, this one is a difficult one, and it's getting a little bit excitable in chat.
Yeah.
So I'm here to second Amber and say,
let's do some court hopping.
Please, boss, if you don't object.
I'm making this. All the mods are voting in favor. I realize it's gotten a little wild, a little crazy in chat. We are going to start doing some court hopping.
And we're all still friends, and we would love to remain that way.
Even if we disagree, it's great. Samantha, thank you. I don't get to tell you in person often enough. Thank you so much for what you do. I appreciate it.
No
right,
problem,
we'll
boss. See you later. Bye.
That was a plea for help. That was literally a plea for help from our mods. Everyone, just take a deep breath in chat. Let's step back. We are still friends. We also still here because we enjoy true crime cases. I can't answer. I can't, Ayden. I'm sorry. After my mods have begged me to step back, I'll talk to you off air, but I can't take your call right now, Ayden. I'm sorry. I can't take anyone's. Didn't even know it was yours, but I made the call first. Here's what I'm doing. I'm stalling because I'm focused on the Idaho case because I've got to get the stream up and running on Top Mark Media, which I don't want to. Let's see. Here we go. Let's put this remove. Let's go live right here. I'm going to turn off the ringer. Sorry, I've got to focus on this. We're going to go live on that side. I have to put a comment up. Okay, just 1 second here. All right, now we're set. We're almost set here. According to Woo, 1 month to go for the new courthouse. Love this group. Thank you for the 11 months of amazing support. According to Woo, wouldn't be the same here without you. I appreciate that. Cynthia Courtney says, upon witnessing a foster teen put his hands around my mom's throat in anger, I flew over to remove his hands, not to harm the child. Mom, 5'2", me, 5'8". I just don't understand the mindset of using lethal force as first defense. Thank you, Cynthia. Thanks for your super generous super chat as well. That's amazing. I'm trying to wait for this court to respond. I don't want to miss the opening of the trial here. The BK hearing. BK's hearing was last night. We shared that on the Top Mark Media channel. There's not another hearing today. The next hearing, I believe, is June. Let's see. Is it venue next? No, it's not venue next. The venue is June 27th. But there might be another hearing before then. Let's see if we can. Let me find a quick court case we can jump in on so I can focus on Daybell just briefly. Let's see who was up. Judge Cedric Simpson. Let's see if our good. I don't see him live. I realize we're getting calls like crazy. My mods have begged me to move on, just because it's been crazy this morning. So give me just 1 second. We're going to court hop briefly until I can get this pulled up. Did you ever watch the interview with George? I have not watched the interview yet. I'm sorry. I get so busy. Judge Boyd might be on. Judge Wolf. Let's see if he's up. He's not live either. Okay, hide. Go full screen. Okay, we've got the feed is up for top mark for Daybell. Just 1 second. Okay. All right. Here we go. We can disagree without being disagreeable. Thank you, Reverend Beasy. Appreciate that. All right. Judge Boyd may be up, so we're going to jump over there in just 1 second. She's got a case this afternoon that we're not going to follow, but this morning we can. Judge Stephanie Boyd. There we go. She's live. We're going to go over to 2. And I'm going to keep the deliberation timer. Oh, by live, I mean she's not live. But we're going to keep the deliberation timer up on the screen while we watch that just briefly. And we'll keep the view up in case she comes back on. All right. We have, for those that are watching the Daybell case, I'm not going to live comment on that case. And for the time being, I am going to live stream it over onto the Top Mark Media. I'm not going to do it through the entire trial, possibly, because that is a long one, and there's going to be some other more pressing things to do. Let's see. Just moved my mama here. She found your channel yesterday. We're in trouble now. Thanks for keeping her company. Lisa, that's awesome. Hi, Lisa's mom. Late night last night for you and me both. I actually had a Mountain Dew already this morning, if you can't tell. Haven't gotten any notification on Judge Boyd. I think it just barely went live, just barely. So she might be popping up in just a minute. Let me actually fix this so it doesn't say Apple River trial on top of what she's doing. This is not Burger King. Okay, download that. All right, we can follow the Morgan Geyser case. What's a Morgan Geyser case? We are trying to do Sarah Boone, which is coming up. I think there's a hearing in a week. Is that right? Is there a hearing in a week for Sarah Boone? One of the pre-trial hearings? I need a burner to call the burner. It's not you. Ivan, I stopped everyone's calls from coming in. Can finally call for unrelated. I stopped everyone's calls. I need to give the mods just a little bit of a break here. They've been, this has been really difficult. Oh, is that the Slenderman one? Slenderman started yesterday. That was actually a hearing. Can you believe it's been 10 years since that Slenderman case? Morgan Geyser is asking to be released basically after 10 years from the mental hospital. That was a rough case. It was, friends luring somebody out to stab them because they think it will please a fictional character. Yeah, crazy. Happy birthday to Sean, who's 21 today. Whoop, whoop. Lego, my bidet, Adam. Welcome. Happy birthday, Sean. Happy 21st birthday. Congratulations. You're now really an adult. I mean, 18, you're an adult, but now you're really an adult. Have we covered cases in Ohio before? I believe we have. I can't think off the top of my head what they are, Karina. I'd have to go back and look at the list, but it sounds familiar. Wisconsin never disappoints, I guess. Wisconsin has a lot of juicy stuff coming out of there. Not just cheese. Juicy cheese is bad. But okay, Judge Boyd is back. We have audio from her here.
But Sean, I was bragging on the courtroom, but it doesn't keep my it doesn't keep it as cold as it says it does. Oh yeah, it says 18 hours cold. It doesn't. But I like the fact that it's spill proof.
I need something.
Okay, on this one, they're gonna come back and we'll take it up.
Can I ask about that just real quick, Judge?
Sure.
He's currently on GPS, and we are asking if he can have permission to go to his church at CBC and also to operate on charity events through PSO.
I'm sorry, also do what?
Do charity events through PSO. It's a outreach basically.
Judge's like,
I think given the trauma that he's been through, it would be helpful for him. I've also spoken to the psychiatrist that's attending him, and she also believes that it would be beneficial for him.
You have to follow motion and I'll hear it.
I got you.
Okay, sure. All right.
But then she'll deny it. Until there are parenting classes that are completed. She does have a jury trial this afternoon. She's got a regular docket this morning. As an internship with Top Mark Media. That's something I haven't explored.
John, it's Friday's Eve, but it doesn't feel like it's Friday's Eve.
She's right. How did we forget that it was Friday Eve?
I don't know. It feels like a Wednesday.
But Judge, we have the podcast tonight.
Yeah, right. It doesn't feel like, well, we're just going to have to keep saying it's Friday's Eve and it'll feel better.
Okay, if one or two of you can pop over to Top Mark Media and just let me know once audio starts.
There's no order
in that
attached.
case,
Sure, I have
just to make sure the audio is coming through properly.
All right, and he's in custody?
Yes.
Could you bring out Joel Francisco Garcia?
Janet, Brandy Churchill has been covering Karen Reed. I believe she's going to switch to that instead of Chad Daybell.
Well,
you never know.
It just
that is
gums up the system.
This is my media company channel.
I had him on my docket.
Oh, that's him right there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
See, people are saying who said he was in custody?
I'm sorry.
They didn't make docket because we have a different one.
Okay.
Judge wants to talk about it. Did you want to come forward? Okay.
All right, we're going to go on the record. Court is calling before we go on the record, do you want to explain to him what the issue is?
We already talked about it last week.
All right. Court is calling 2024 CR 2502B, State of Texas versus Joel Francisco Garcia. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state, Your Honor.
For the defense?
For Mr. Garcia.
And are you Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
They have a mic cover that's like a hairnet over the microphone.
Before we do this, though, the state may not be proceeding on that. Did you want to confer with them at all?
I think the deal is we'd like to have the option, Judge.
Okay. All righty. Then defense has filed a motion to withdraw. State, have you had a chance to review the defense's motion? All right.
Why would you not just accept
on
that?
its face, the motion should be granted. And do you understand the reason for the motion to withdraw, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to grant the motion, and then I'm going to have you take a seat, and we'll get another attorney for you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
They're probably going to refile. Brandy, oh man, I wish her strength. Doing Karen Reed during the day, that is a full-time trial. The events in that thing, not just in the trial, but the events around the trial that sort of need to be covered as well. That is a full-time job. And then taking on Daybell at night. Oh my goodness. I will send her strength and prayers. That's going to be crazy. It's going to be a crazy month and a half. I love Brandy. She is incredible. Uncivil is also doing Daybell today. Kurt, if you want, Kurt has I guess a spicy take on the Daybell trial. Chad Daybell wrote a book, and I'm not going to go into it. It's apparently it's I don't even know what to call that type of book. He wrote a book I guess it's a love story. And Kurt's been reading it between breaks on trial. It's too much for me. I can't go there. The language is, oh my goodness. I'm embarrassed to hear it. Yeah, it's a romance. Yes, it's loosely like an it's like Day Zero. What's the movie? What's that zombie movie? Meets Harlequin Romance or something like that. It's Law and Fire Baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Kurt's really resilient. Yeah. So there are plenty of places you can go if you want to watch the Chad Daybell trial. I'm only saving the trial itself without any commentary over on Top Mark Media's. But there are some incredible content creators, Brandy Churchwell, Kurt over on Civil Law that are following that one. Go around the whole gamut of the regular law tube. You're going to see coverage there as well. Maybe not entire coverage, gavel to gavel, but some great synopsises as well. So plenty of content this summer as trials are really, really picking up here. Debbie, did you get my message? You might have emailed back already. I sent you a little message. I don't want to reply here, but just want to make sure you got message. I sent it over on Etsy. I'm not sure what email I contacted you with. So maybe. Okay. We'll talk offline. Thank you, Debbie. I'll check the burner. Deliberation timer is up to 5 hours and 18 minutes. We've got audio turned on, so if something happens in court in the Apple River trial, the bad Apple River trial, we're going to get it. Lawyer is going to be recapping Daybell. Yeah, it's going to be a blast. I really like his take. I will say this. I don't know what his take is on this case, but I've liked his approach on that coming up to this. A lot of respect for him. Obviously, he's got a lot of experience as a lawyer as well, so that's really cool. The only thing the jury's asked for in the Apple River trial is to watch the videos, and they've asked in 2 different occasions, and they've the first time they watched both videos twice, the second time they watched one video once, and just in portion of it. PPC, there's a chance, depending on how court happens and what's developing, and I have to look at the schedule. There's a chance we're going to finish out the trial down in Arizona, the border shooting trial. Sarah Boone's hearing is tomorrow. They're usually really quick. I think she'll probably be at that one. I'd like to see how she's doing with her lawyer. Let me check and see if she's written any letters, as a matter of fact. Nice and quiet morning for the judge. Not much to do. A couple of days ago, we had a order to transcribe transcripts of depots of state witness on the Sarah Boone trial. But nothing really telling as far as what's happening. They do have a hearing tomorrow for Sarah Boone, then another hearing on the 3rd before the beginning of trial scheduled for the 13th of next month.
Judge, can I approach?
Yes.
You're already here.
Tell you on a personal note,
Sure.
I want to thank you and Norma
over the last several months, I don't know if Norma told you, but you've reported some cases. I've had some health issues,
Yes.
but I appreciate, just taking care
Oh,
of.
you're so welcome. I hope you're doing better.
Oh, yeah. It's just when I got COVID last year. So some days I'm just like, bleh.
Oh, no, I hear you.
I got that long COVID symptoms. So.
You got to take care of yourself.
I appreciate you and Norma and your staff.
Oh, no, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Hoping to get a little action here in the courtroom. Usually it's not this quiet for Judge Boyd until a Friday. I'm surprised that Thursday is so slow right now. Let's see what else is live today. We got the Apple River, Chad Daybell, Young Thug, because that's going to go for years. Slender Man.
You got my mind down. Yeah, but he's here. You got here later.
Oh, he's in the first row. What's that?
Right there, stands up.
Did you come in here? First row, sir.
No, put Mike on that because that was a different attorney on it anyway. Yeah. Let's go ahead and put Mike on that.
Oh, he's the meanest one here.
And the problem can be on the unindicted one, but that one's going to be taken to extradite. Yes.
All right, sorry, sending texts, not focusing on what's going on. All right, let's see. 5.5 hours, still nothing. We've got audio turned on from the Apple River trial. So if whatever we're watching, whatever court we jump to, which we might, let me see if anybody else is live. Then we might even have some parole board stuff happening this morning. Let me check. Wherever we jump, they're just Apple River's going to interrupt. So we'll jump to that as soon as it happens. Let's see. Do a quick check for Louisiana Parole Board. They're not live. Man, it's a quiet day in small courts for some reason. Got Daybell, that's pretty much the biggest one. Let's see who this one is. Who's Judge? Judge Chandler. Or Judge Robert McBurney. Let's jump to this one real quick. Let's see who this is. Oh, look, on a break. I tell you, there's nothing. Somebody says, see movement in the court. I do see the cameras. You can see people are walking around. I think the tripod's just shaking a little bit. As far as audio in the Chad Daybell case, is everyone hearing that properly? Is that coming through over on the audio is working? Okay, thank you. I will just leave that right where it is then. Is Ari's audio not low? Test 1, 2, check 1, 2. Am I coming in too hot? Should I turn it down just a tiny bit? If I turn that down, I have to turn my headphones up. Test 1, 2, check 1, 2. There we go. Oh, that's too hot for sure. Need some elevator, some hold music. We need somebody to call so I can put them on hold and you can hear what it sounds like. No, we won't do that. Oh, look, this court has a lunch break screen. they say lunch break back at 12:30, and they show pictures of food. Plus, they keep the live corner of what's happening. That's just mean to anyone who's still sitting there in court waiting. They've got ice cream, which is melting. But that's funny. No verdict yet. No verdict yet in the Apple River trial. What am I hearing? Oh, that's the court we were watching right there. I'm looking to see if we got some trials or something to jump in on. Let's see. Judge Colin G. Hunter. Still a little early for Thurston County to be up. Judge Cedric Simpson just went live, but he's still on private. Young Thug, we're going to skip. Let's see, Broken Bakers doing Apple River as well. Stabulation, he calls it. That's awesome.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Catch up from yesterday. Do the Slender Man. Can we do a peek on the ranch trial? We can. Let me do a quick Santa Cruz Superior Court. Let's pull up yesterday morning's court in Santa Cruz. We're just picking up where we left off. I think we're towards the end of the state's case. Let's jump over here.
Thanks. Okay. Please bring in the jury. Oh. Once more into the breach.
The judge.
No. Oh, it's already up there. Oh, for the rest of it. Okay. All right. That's good. Am I going to get the a key sometime of the 12?
I emailed it yesterday.
To
host the conversation.
okay, thank you.
And we emailed back edits to council this morning. I didn't realize she'd already forwarded it to Jose. I didn't realize he was on that email.
Yeah.
So I just responded to Brenna this morning with some suggested.
Is that to Jose?
I don't think I included.
Where's
Jose.
that at?
I can send it to Brenna. So
I'll look at it.
I mean, it's Judge Wolf, but do you have a link? Can you send it to the burner phone?
I just need some idea of what,
sure.
Informal.
And then I was going to suggest we talk about comfortable soup.
I'm having a problem.
Sorry.
We can talk in the head. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of all jurors, counsel, and the defendant. We're back on the record, and the state can call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state recalls Deputy Monreal.
Come on up. You've already been sworn in once, so you're still under oath. You want to come and take the witness stand? Thank you, sir. And you're still under oath, obviously.
I can't show Dr. G's
Was there
video.
something you wanted to talk about, or does that have to do with the other thing?
The other thing.
All right. Morning. All right, this is a recall of a witness. This is perfectly permissible. Sometimes things come up, and counsel can recall a witness. So you recognize this gentleman. He's still under oath, and he'll testify again. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Hunley.
We jumped back in with yesterday's
Deputy.
Arizona shooting
Could
trial.
you just remind the jury of your name, please?
Good morning. My name is David Monreal, last of phonetics of M-O-N-R-E-A-L.
And Deputy Monreal, we're taking you first this morning because I understand you just got off duty this morning. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so I want to follow up with you with respect to some statements you indicated you took from Wanda Kelly. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell the jury, when you spoke to Wanda Kelly, when you responded to the Kelly residence, could you tell the jury what Wanda Kelly told you?
Apologies.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is proper impeachment as substantive evidence of Ms. Kelly's testimony.
All right, overruled.
It's not.
When I went over to Ms. Wanda Kelly back at the residence, it was myself and Deputy Cabrera that went to speak with her. When I was speaking with her, I asked her if she had the phone number or if she could call her husband, Kelly, so that we could try to locate him. After several attempts trying to call him via telephone, it was unsuccessful. At that moment, that's when I asked her what happened. She did state she observed 5 subjects through her living room window, carrying backpacks and rifles. I then asked her what she had heard. She did state that she had possibly heard 4 shots, but she couldn't remember due to being startled.
And can you tell me, did she say anything about what she observed of her husband before she heard the gunshots?
Can we just interrupt? I know this is a recall, but maybe a little bit more just the foundation as to the date and time, because there was so many officers visiting, at various times.
Sure, Your Honor, thank you. Deputy Monreal, let's just back up a little bit. On January 30th of 2023, did you respond to the Kelly residence?
Yes, I did.
And when you were at the Kelly residence, did you meet up with other officers, other deputies, and some Border Patrol agents?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall about what time it was that you were at the Kelly residence?
It was approximately 22 hours.
And I'm sorry, what time was that?
14:22.
Approximately 22 hours, which is 2 in the afternoon.
Okay, so
It's a very precise time.
you think, would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at your report for the actual time?
Yes, it would.
Did he say 1422 hours? That was his answer, or just 1400 hours? Vicki, we've missed 10 days of trial basically in this trial. So I don't know where we are here. All we can say is the rancher. This is the rancher that says he was in his house. He heard the gunshot, went outside, saw some people.
Showing you what's been marked
shot
as
in the
State's
air.
Exhibit 1.6. If you could take a look and let me know when you've refreshed your
Somebody died.
recollection.
Right.
Could you tell us what time you arrived at the Kelly residence?
It was at 14:47 hours, which is 2 in the afternoon, 2:47.
And is that when you arrived or is that when you were dispatched?
That was a call when I was dispatched.
And so do you remember where you were before you drove to the Kelly residence?
I was at the sheriff's office.
And so you had to drive from the sheriff's office to the Kelly residence, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you got to the Kelly residence, Did you do a search before you went in to talk to Mrs. Kelly?
Yes, I did.
And is that what you were referring to as the cursory search when you testified earlier in this case?
Yes, I did.
So after that cursory search, you said you and Deputy Cabrera went in to speak with Mrs. Kelly to try to get a hold of Mr. Kelly. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Your Honor, is that sufficient foundation?
Thank you, yes.
So when you came into the house to talk to Mrs. Kelly after all those other things had occurred, what is it that Mrs. Kelly told you?
I spoke with Ms. Kelly. That's when she told me she had seen the 5 subjects through her living room window carrying rifles and backpacks. She also stated that she had observed her husband grab the rifle and walk outside and then started walking south.
And did she tell you what she heard after her husband went outside?
Then she stated that she heard approximately 4 shots. She could not remember due to being startled.
That's all I had for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just a little confused. Is this encounter with Miss Wanda the next day on January 31st?
No, it's not.
When you went back to the house to look for the rifle, because you're the one that knew what it looked like, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you made contact with Wanda then, didn't you?
I did not make contact with Wanda on the 31st.
Well, do you mind looking at your page? I guess it's noted as 3. Do you have your report in front of you still? At the last paragraph, would you look on, it's the second page, but it says 3 on top.
Yes.
Okay. So it says that at 11 o'clock on the 31st is the paragraph above that on Tuesday, January 31st. And I'm taking it that's when you made contact, that she approached you trying to figure out how to get a hold of her husband, right?
On the 31st, that's what happened. Yes.
And so you wrote in your report your contact with Wanda before that?
Yes, what I was speaking about earlier was on the day of the 30th.
Okay. So now the number 5 was used a lot as far as how many people were out there by Alan. Is it possible that was the reference to what he said, 5?
No.
How do you know?
So I recall.
How do you know what she was thinking?
I just got to let him answer the question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That's what she told me. That she saw 5 subjects through the living room window.
Okay. How about they saw 5 subjects?
No, Wanda stated she saw 5 subjects.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that sounds like I don't believe you.
So when she went and told the detective 2, then she all of a sudden remembered the right number later at the police station?
I do not know what she stated to a detective.
Okay. And she clearly did not know how many gunshots she heard, right?
She did not recall, other than stating that she had heard 4, but she does not recall due to being startled.
So she really didn't know. She threw a number at you.
She threw a number at that time.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Now I'm a little confused, so let's go back. The statements you talked about Wanda making to you, which date were those on?
Those statements were made on the 30th.
So on January 31st, during your earlier testimony, you talked about returning to the residence to assist with the second search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And when you responded on January 31st of 2023 for that second search warrant, did you have any conversations with Wanda Kelly on that day?
The only conversation I had with Wanda Kelly on that day was her how to make contact with her husband that was currently in jail.
Okay, so nothing about the statements from the day before?
Correct, nothing about the case or what was going on.
While you were out there doing your search, did you ever see any backpacks or rifles laying around?
No, I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness about this testimony from any of the jurors? Very well. Seeing none, sir, you can step down. Thank you again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You bet. And the state calls next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Agent Heredia.
Love the bailiff in flannel and a bulletproof vest. And Levi's. That's awesome.
Morning again. This is a recall as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir, and you can have a seat. And just a reminder, as I do every witness who comes back for a second time, that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Agent Heredia.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you just remind the jury of your full name, please?
My name is Agent Roberto, middle initial E, last name of Heredia, Heredia.
Agent Heredia, when you testified earlier in the week or last week, I'm not sure when it was, we asked you some questions about some statements that Wanda Kelly made to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
And just to recap and get us back to when those statements occurred, were you the first officer on scene that day?
That is correct.
Were you by yourself when you made that initial contact with Mrs. Kelly?
I was by myself.
And was that just after you arrived at the location?
That is correct.
Was that before any of the other officers had joined you?
That is correct.
And could you just tell us, and was that on January 30th of 2023, sometime between 2:30 and 3 o'clock?
Yes, it was.
And could you tell us what Mrs. Kelly told you when you made contact with her that day?
When I made contact with her that day, she stated that 10 to 15 minutes prior to my arrival, her husband and her had seen approximately 5 armed individuals that were carrying bundles of narcotics on the south end of their property. And she also stated that Mr. Kelly had taken off walking after the subjects.
And did she tell you which direction or point in which direction she observed her husband?
Correct. And she pointed in gestures such as the one I'm doing, direction south of her house.
And when she gestured south, did she gesture towards anything? For instance, did she gesture to the hills, to a wash, to a road? Was there anything she gestured toward?
Well, she gestured towards the direction where Mr. Kelly had taken off, where it's at the road up there, there's a wash, so that's the direction.
So towards the road and the wash?
Correct.
That's all I had for this witness. Oh, I'm sorry, one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
While you were out there looking around, did you ever see any rifles or backpacks laying around anywhere while you were there that day?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Let's just get this. I don't see any rifles and backpacks in the immediate area. Rifles have value, don't they?
Value as far as what, ma'am?
They carry money value, correct?
Monetary value.
I believe so, yes.
And a lot of law-abiding, but also non-law-abiding people want to get their hands on weapons, don't they?
I would imagine.
It's a commodity that people, they're commonly stolen from. Is that right? Guns?
I think they're stolen. I don't know if they're commonly stolen. Okay. I've never investigated such things.
Okay, but you're aware that people would want them, and there are stolen guns out there. Would you agree?
I would agree, yes.
Okay. Matter of fact, if they come across the border back into Mexico, it would be a crime, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
So if you get it around the fence and into Mexico would be one way to avoid getting caught, possibly, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And drugs. Drugs carry value in the underground world, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's not something that you would want to leave behind if it has value. It might make some person above you get very irritated if you lose your drugs, right?
They're not my drugs, but yes, we're trained to intercept narcotics.
They're not my drugs.
Okay. But with narcotics, there's someone bigger that's selling larger amounts, and then it drops down to the individual seller. But there's a chain of command that goes with that, as far as people that buy in bulk and then disperse it, correct?
Correct.
And any amount of drugs, if there's a pound of fentanyl or something, would have such a great value, it's not something you want to just leave behind. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, and if you knew you got it from someone, you wouldn't want to go back and answer to why you lost it, right?
Correct.
Okay, and if you did, you would want to make sure you have a great explanation how you were robbed or something, correct?
Correct.
You got to save your life, right?
Correct. I'd be speculating, but correct, yeah.
Yeah, and I know we're hypothetically right now, but this is what is actually could be out there, correct?
It could, yes.
Yes. And we have names for these organizations in Mexico where these drugs are coming from. We all have heard about it, correct?
Correct.
And it's coming over our borders, even in Nogales as we speak, potentially, correct?
Potentially, correct.
Okay. And if you take it through the main border control locations, you're subject to search. And unless it's hidden so well, it may get confiscated. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
Okay, I'd like to think your Border Patrol have a good eye for where to look for drugs that could be hidden, correct? You've seen everything, I'm sure, right?
Correct, but we're not in charge of the ports of entry, though.
You're not, but you're aware of it.
I am aware.
Okay, it falls under the big umbrella that you're working for, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so is that, I get it, you're out more on the patrol aspect of everything, right? You're protecting the borders and within your jurisdiction, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but there's different arms to your department, and you're aware what's happening at one point. Therefore, if they're getting busted there, what's a better place to do this than to go around the wall and walk through property? Isn't that possible?
That is possible.
There hopefully is no one there, and if the camera spots them, they can go into these ravines and get out of sight of the cameras, can't they?
They could, yes.
And so it's very hard to track these people and to stop and detain them because of the terrain, correct?
It is hard sometimes, yes.
So if I'm going to abandon some money or drugs or guns, you think I'm going to just leave it on that property?
You could or you could not, yes.
Right. Well, then you better be accountable for the loss of the financial aspect of it all, correct?
I imagine you would be accountable, correct? But I'd be speculating again.
Well, and I understand. The problem with this case, and you can agree, is there's a lot of guessing to do in this case, isn't there?
Ma'am, I'm only aware of what I testified about this case. I'm not aware of anything else.
Okay. And that's fine. It keeps you to what you know.
Correct.
But I'm going to go to your knowledge also, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And matter of fact, for demonstrative purposes, I would like to mark this. Do I need to mark demonstrative, Judge?
No.
Okay. Can I just show the witness?
Sure.
You ever seen anything like this before?
Yes, I have.
What is this?
They're called carpet booties.
Okay, carpet booties. Why are they used?
They're used to try to confuse us, not leaving signs on the dirt.
So lack of footprints, might I publish it in front of the jurors?
Yes.
Lack of footprints can result from, could result from these shoes, correct?
Yes, but if you're trained, you will be able to pick the sign, but yes.
Right. And you have trained personnel in the Border Patrol, don't you?
Yes,
And you're aware of what this might look like?
yes.
Okay. When you expanded your search to look for guns and drugs or money, how far did you expand it?
I never searched for drugs or money. When we did a hasty perimeter check, is that what you are referring to?
To anything, because you've been asked, did you find any? And you're saying I wasn't looking for it.
When are you referring to the call of Mr. Kelly at the ranch that particular day?
For Mr. Kelly's at his home, yes.
Yes, when we did the search, I was specifically looking for Mr. Kelly, make sure he was safe or any potential armed individuals. I was not tracking the dirt, actually.
So you spread out to look at one person that might be walking on his own property?
Again, I stated we spread out to look for Mr. Kelly, look for any potential armed individuals that were an immediate danger to the area there. But I was not tracking actually groups or individuals at that time.
Thank you. And so, but you know that people could be hiding behind different kinds of terrain or plants or whatever, and that's what you were looking for.
Again, I was looking for the safety of Mr. Kelly, looking for any armed individuals, yeah, if they were hiding then.
Right, that's why you spread out to look for it, right?
Correct.
Okay, unless Mr. Kelly's laying in the ground, which is possible, you were looking for him and anyone else that could have caused the one bullet, the one shot that Mr. Kelly reported hearing, correct?
Correct.
All right, and at this time you have no knowledge that he shot up in the air later?
I had no knowledge,
okay.
Correct.
Well, I want to illustrate something else. I'm going to use the prosecutor's desk as the house, okay?
Correct.
And what you learned between Mrs. Kelly and Mr. Kelly, from what you gathered, that 5 individuals, 2 or 5 or whatever number it was, ran across their vision through their window. They were able to track it, right?
I didn't know they had looked through the window. Like I said, when I got there, she stated that she had seen 5 individuals, that they had seen 5 individuals with bundles of narcotics and long arms in their property.
Okay, well then you didn't listen for the whole story, so maybe that's what's confusing to everybody. Okay, so we have learned in this courtroom that these people came across their window view while they were in the house. Will you follow me on that much?
I am following right now, correct.
Okay. And this is the house.
Correct.
And this is one of their doors that later became the exit door, okay, to my left. And my back is to the prosecutors right now.
Okay.
And I'm also helping to make a record, okay?
Okay.
All right. And so we've learned that Mr. Kelly exited because of these 5 people that ran across the vision of their window. Okay, you following me?
I am following.
All right, the windows are of course on the house. And now
Correct.
I have turned my body looking at these people. And they're heading in the direction of this road that leads to their barn, okay?
Okay.
South.
Correct.
Okay. East is towards the judge, okay?
Correct.
All right. Directly from the house out there over about, let's see, 50, 60, 70 yards out there.
Okay.
Over a football field down, straight east is where the body's found. Okay?
Okay.
And you guys comb those areas between the barbed wires that you testified to. Okay? But the subjects ran south. So my question is, why would Mr. Kelly shoot at someone so far out there that you might not be able to see? We'll learn that later. Versus the people that was alarming with the backpacks and the rifles that he believes the shot could have come from.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
So you don't have the whole story to know any of that part, correct?
Correct.
Mrs. Kelly was in her house, wasn't she?
When I got there, she was outside her house.
Did someone bring her out by then?
I have no clue. She was outside when I first initially met with her.
Like she steps outside the door?
She was outside the door, correct.
Like she was waiting on you?
I don't know. She was waiting for law enforcement, I believe.
Okay. Was she by her door?
She was right next to her door.
Okay. So she might have seen you.
She might have seen me arrive, correct?
Okay. So she was probably pretty distraught about what's going on.
And when I first
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overrule. He can testify to his observation.
When I first met with her, she didn't seem agitated to me. She seemed calm.
She seemed calm.
Yes, ma'am.
5 people with guns just ran by. Her husband's out there, and you're saying she's calm right now?
To me, my opinion, personal opinion, she seemed calm. She
Pass the witness.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to clarify, you said you weren't out there looking for guns and backpacks, you were looking for people. But if you had seen them, would you have noted it?
Yes, I would have noted, of course.
And why is that?
Because it's important if it's part of a crime, like there are 5 armed individuals, that's a crime. I would have noted any special details. If I would have encountered guns, narcotics, yes.
And Ms. Lothorpe asked you some questions about Mr. Kelly shooting his AK-47.
Correct.
Were you aware of that at that time?
No, I was not.
And you spoke to Mr. Kelly, correct?
I did speak to Mr. Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, did he ever tell you that he discharged his gun?
He did not tell me.
Do you recall, Ms. Lothorpe showed you these carpet booties. If you had seen sign of carpet booties, would you have noted that?
I would have noted that, but it wouldn't have been a specific concern of mine at that time. My concern was the armed individuals. So carpet booty was the last thing, and would have been the last thing in my mind.
If groups are wearing carpet booties, do they generally all have carpet booties on, or just some of them?
It depends. I've seen some with and some without, yes, like mixed.
Now, Ms. Lothorpe asked you to speculate about whether this indicated that these were drug traffickers. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Is it equally likely that this could be migrants?
Yes, it is.
And when you encounter people with backpacks that have drugs in them, if Border Patrol makes contact with them, what do they generally do with those backpacks?
They drop them and they run.
And can you tell me, do we have drugs coming through the ports every single day?
Like I said, I don't work at the ports, but it's a possibility they could be coming every day.
So you don't know what we have coming through the port?
I do not know exactly.
Did I miss anything? That's all I had, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have questions for this witness from the jurors.
Spicy juror questions, maybe. So, just for clarification, this is the Arizona versus Kelly trial. This trial is it's been going a long time, We took like a 10-day break. The state is still in their case. Today is the jury view, meaning the jury is like probably right now getting on a bus to go to Mr. Kelly's property to check out this area and sort of walk around and just see how it looks. That's happening, which means it's probably the end of the state's case. And so they're going there for the jury view. They're going to take a look and maybe get a better feel for what's out there in the area. This is yesterday's happenings, so we've skipped a whole bunch. We've skipped a whole bunch of trial, and so we missed that. But we've seen some of this testimony before. These are recalled witnesses. Usually the recalled witnesses are at the end of the state's case. So we're getting to the end. It is spicy. The lawyers are fighting. Yes, it's true. Mr. Kelly, one of his lawyers, is an ultimate fighter. she's like fought on television before. So the carpet booties in question, they're talking about something that was brought up earlier in the case where members of the drug cartels that would transfer drugs across would try to hide their footsteps by wearing special shoes that had like carpet on the bottom instead of like regular footprints. So that's what they're talking about here. So when they talk about carpet booties, they're referencing, illegal drug smuggling type activity. This trial was sponsored by Texas Pete Hot Sauce. I hear it gets spicy in this one. It's already started, so it's going to continue. It's going to be great. But we're picking up on this while we're on verdict watch. So the top left corner, you're seeing that we have a live stream of the courtroom up in Wisconsin. As soon as we have any action, whether that's a question from the jury or an update or maybe even a verdict, we're going to go ahead and jump straight to that, and we'll put this video, for instance, it's from yesterday, we'll put that one on pause. And that being said, I'm ready to eat my loaded potato salad for breakfast. So hopefully this was left over from yesterday. It's store-bought, but it's tasty. I missed lots of spice. Explain carpet booties. It's just basically a crafted, a modified shoe where the bottom, instead of having the tread of a shoe, has literally the soft part of carpet, which leaves a very irregular and tough to discern footprint. Hopefully get a verdict since it's around lunchtime. I hope so as well. We'll find out. We've got audio from the Apple River trial on as well. As soon as we hear something with the courtroom, we'll bring that back. Comments aren't showing on screen. I am not clicking on any. Let's try again. Yep, they're working. I just haven't clicked on any. I did say booty. It's in the trial. It's in the trial, Carrie. All right. Yes, OJ died. I'm sorry. I would ask that people be respectful. People feel very differently about him, but just as we are about everybody else, please be respectful and chat regarding that. Thank you for that. Let's see. Did I say someone was from Texas? I don't remember. I believe the individual who was found dead on Mr. Kelly's property, who was charged with killing, was from Venezuela via Mexico. So he had papers from Mexico. I'm not sure if he had fully immigrated or if he had just registered as when he came into Mexico. His papers were the papers were a factor because they were a little bit different than what their actual names were. So we've had some interesting facts in this case if we go way back, but a little too much to go into right now. All right, I am seeing a little bit of motion from the court in the Apple River trial, more so than normal. So maybe something's happening. I'll let you know as soon as something does. But I can tell you what's going to happen right now is I'm going to start eating my breakfast. OJ passed away after a battle with cancer. From Honduras? Okay, Nathan, you might be right. I knew that he was not from Mexico directly. He came through Mexico, but it was another country that he come from.
Do you know whether or not this witness ever saw the recordings of the surveillance? I think I'll just establish that as
It's a long sidebar. There's some nodding, so maybe they're coming to the end of the conversation. Yep, looks like they are.
A couple of questions from the jurors. Agent Heredia, as an experienced Border Patrol agent, do migrants, and again, all these are if you have a basis on your personal knowledge or through training and experience, but Agent Heredia, as an experienced Border Patrol agent, do migrants crossing illegally typically pay all cash at the border wall, or is the transaction done differently? Example, one half paid up front and one half paid some other ways, such as Western Union wires transfers?
Members of the jury, I do not know specifically. I know there's monetary involvement. I don't know how it is paid, how the arrangements are made. That I don't have any information as to that. But I know they do pay to come to cross illegally.
Another question from the same juror. Is it typical for migrants here illegally in the desert to drink from cattle troughs in the winter when they're only 2 hours in and carrying clean water with them?
From my experience, I've seen them in the winter. I've seen them drink water from ponds or cattle ponds in the summer. You have to remember that not every individual is in the same physical fitness. You could have heavier set guys that require more water, people that are shaved that require more water, and they'll drink that water within the first 30 minutes. Again, it's my speculation, but I have seen both during winter and during summer that they drink water from those areas.
All right, question from another juror. All right, well, let me ask the juror for a little bit of clarification on this, and I don't see the juror number. Was it number 3? Did you ask him? You asked about the tracking? Yeah. All right, I thought I recognized your hand already. All right, your question was about seeing tracks in the area. So which area are you referring to?
The area in question where the incident took place. In other words, he was the first responder. Mm-hmm. Border Patrol agents are trying to visualize and look for tracks or anything that does not belong to there, like
All right, so you're talking about when he went out, when the agent testified, Mr. Kelly, when he went out walking that way.
Right.
All right. Does that clarify, or do you want to talk some more?
Yes, but could he refresh where that, I'm sorry, I apologize. Can he refresh where that location was that he was at?
Sure, and you can cover this.
Yes, I can ask.
Parties can cover this if they wish to. Okay, thank you. So we'll ask the question. When you were doing what you did and looking for Mr. Kelly and walking through this area, as an experienced Border Patrol agent, did you see any tracks of the 5 people around this area, whether they were, crossers, smugglers, or possible thieves? Any tracks at all?
I did not.
Now, I think there's another question from the same jurors. Did the Border Patrol surveillance cameras detect 5 people in the area about the time of the incident? Foundationally, have you ever reviewed the results of the camera recordings that Border Patrol took at the time?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
All right, so juror number 3, when we were on the headsets, I was informed by the parties that the state does intend to call as a witness the Border Patrol person who operated the cameras, and they might have more information about that. Okay. So he never saw the result of the camera. This witness never saw the results of the surveillance cameras. So
I don't mean to be rude, Your Honor, but it is my understanding.
Well, I have to stop you. I'm sorry. So we can't have you kind of give information that would be like testimonial. Your question will be, this particular question, I think, will be answered or addressed by another state witness that's going to be called. And then you can ask those questions again at that time. Very well. Appreciate your understanding. All right, I'll give these, I don't know what that is. We'll give these questions to the clerk, and we can have follow-up questions to the jurors' questions of this witness. We'll start with the state.
Agent Heredia, can you just remind the jury what parts of the property you walked when you initially arrived?
Yes. Is there an ability to put up a map so I can show them?
Can you turn off my screen for a minute for the jury? I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 115. Could you just show the jury where you initially, if I remember your testimony from earlier, you indicated you did a cursory search around the house looking for danger, is that right?
Correct. Well, all of us did a hasty perimeter search, correct?
So could you just show the jury briefly where that area was that you looked?
Yes, the particular area where I personally looked with my partner was around this area. We never made it to the east side of the house. I'm gonna draw a circle. That's the area, immediate area that was searched in conjunction with sheriffs. I don't know particularly or exactly where each sheriff went, but we kind of saw him branch out this way. We branched out in this direction, kind of bushwhacked, and then ended up here where we met Mr. Kelly, somewhere there on the road.
And when you did that initial perimeter search, did you see any foot sign of 5 individuals?
No, I did not.
When you headed south and you bushwhacked and you crossed that wash and you crossed that other area up to the second pump house, did you see any sign of 5 individuals?
No, I did not.
That's all I had for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so when you first were just checking immediately close to the house, you were not on the east side of the house. That's what you just said, correct?
Correct.
But you did contribute to this fanning out cursory search, as you worded it. And there are, let's go by, this is not a close enough photo to really get a feel for it. Do you remember the barbed wire fences on the property that separate the house from the paddock to the extra area that leads into the wash?
I know there's some fences there. I don't know exact location of those fences. I don't remember.
So you never had to go around or through or over a barbed wire fence in your search?
If I did, I went over a barbed wire fence. I didn't.
You don't know.
If I did go through a barbed wire fence, I went over it. I didn't go around it.
Do you know how high up it is?
I know how high barbed wire fences are.
Okay, well, I'm not sure how you managed to go over it. Okay, so my question is, and you said if I did, so you don't recall going through any fencing?
I could have, or I could have not. I do not remember that, yes.
So perhaps you were on the side of the house that had nothing to do with these activities. Is that possible?
Again, I don't know where the activities took place in relation to the house. Okay. I don't.
Well, let's go to the east side on the other, according to testimony we've heard, on the other side of the first barbed wire fence, okay, running southward in the paddock.
Okay, can you point out the direction?
Well, you're not on the east side of this at all, are you?
No, I'm not on the east side, no, correct.
Okay, so you aren't there where the crime scenes are potentially located. Is that possible?
Again, I do not know where the crime scene is or where the body was found, so I do not know.
Okay, and there's actually, the terrain is very sandy, isn't it?
It's sandy down in the wash, it is.
And it's kind of dirt and sandy on top, right? Mixed with this grass, straw-like foliage that's on the ground, correct?
Again, there's grass and the sand is on the wash parts.
But we're talking about that straw-like grass, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sure there's a name for it. And you're more on the south side of the house.
Correct.
So if the 5 subjects ran on the inside, in the paddock, in between the 2 fence lines of the barbed wire, and closer to the barbed wire that's closest to the house, you probably weren't even there in that area, were you?
Probably not.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, first I just want to clarify, the circle you drew with the arrows pointing out, just to clarify, who are you indicating did those searches?
It was, so I'm going to put an X. Correct.
Do you want me to just clear that for you?
Yes, please. So Border Patrol, my partner and I, were kind of responsible for this area. The Sheriff's Department officers kind of fanned out in different directions. We only searched kind of like this area. And then, as stated earlier, we bushwhacked and met Mr. Kelly somewhere over here.
So 2 questions about that. First
Yes.
question, do you know exactly where the deputies searched and in which directions they fanned out?
I have no idea.
So you saw them, but you didn't, you know they were in that direction, but that's all you know?
Correct.
And then when you say you headed south, is that the direction Mrs. Kelly pointed that she said that's where the individuals went and her husband followed them?
Correct.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness from any members of the jury? Very well, seeing none, thank you again for coming back, sir.
Thank you, Your
Step
Honor.
down and you're excused. State can call us next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Castaneda. Again, this is a recall.
A lot of recalled witnesses here for the state as they're finishing up. This was yesterday's events in the trial, as you can see from the date. This was April 10th. Today, the jury and the state and the defense are out at the actual ranch, just taking a look-see around. Maybe hopping on the side-by-side, exploring some trails, tasting the water from the trough. I don't know what all they're going to do, but...
Morning, come on up. Yes, sir.
They were all in love with dying.
And just to remind you, as I remind all witnesses, you're still under oath.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. You can go ahead, Ms. Hunter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy. Would you please remind the jury of your full name?
Good morning. My full name is Deputy Cristobal Castaneda, batch 144.
Deputy Castaneda, I want to talk about some testimony, something that we didn't talk about last time, but some testimony related to what we talked about before. So just to sort of orient us on what time I want to talk about, I understand that you arrived at the Kelly residence in the early afternoon. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived at the Kelly residence, you met with some other deputies and some Border Patrol agents, correct?
Correct.
And after that, you did sort of a cursory search around the house?
Yes.
After you did that cursory search, what other deputy were you with?
After
you did your cursory search?
After we went back to the house, or?
Correct. When you went back to the house, who was with you?
Sergeant Garcia.
Were you with Deputy Monreal and Deputy Cabrera at all at that time, or was it just you and Sergeant Garcia?
At the residence, it was just myself and Sergeant Garcia.
And when you and Sergeant Garcia went to the residence, did you talk to Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
And when you talked to Mrs. Kelly, could you tell the jury what Mrs. Kelly told you?
Yes. Miss Kelly told me that she was sitting by at the living room and that she observed approximately 5 subjects running south through the living room window.
What did she tell you she observed of those 5 subjects when she saw them running?
That they were carrying backpacks and rifles.
Did you ask her if they were all carrying rifles?
Yes.
And how did she respond?
She said no.
What specifically did she say? So you asked her, were they all carrying rifles, and she said no?
Correct.
And that was it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her if she heard any gunshots?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at your report?
Yes.
Show me what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Take a look and see if that refreshes your recollection. Did you refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And could you tell me, did Mrs. Kelly tell you whether she heard any shots?
Yes, she did.
What specifically did she tell you?
She told me that she had heard shots.
And where did she tell you she heard them?
She didn't tell me where.
In her ears?
Could you take a look at your report and see if that refreshes your recollection?
Well, maybe ask another question. Where is your question? Where was she, or where did she hear the shots coming from? Or what?
Where did she hear the shots coming from? And if you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
Okay, thank you. I will. She did. She told me that she heard shots outside.
Did she tell you how many shots, and did she say anything else, or did you make any other observations of her when she was telling you about the shots she heard outside?
She appeared to be a bit confused at the time to me.
When y'all were out at the Kelly residence and you said you did some searching of the property, is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever observe any backpacks just thrown to the side?
No.
Did you see any backpacks at all while you were out there?
No.
Did you see any drugs laying around anywhere?
No.
Did you see any rifles laying around anywhere?
No.
While you were searching, did you see any signs of a large group, of maybe 5 people passing through?
No.
That's all I had for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. This conversation that you had with Wanda was not recorded, correct?
Correct.
And you were with Deputy or Sergeant Garcia at the time, correct?
Correct.
And I remember we looked at both your report and her report, right?
Correct.
And they were not exactly the same, is that right?
I haven't
Objection,
looked.
Your Honor.
Well, it's just a yes or no question at this time. It's a question that calls for a yes or no answer.
They were not exactly the same, those two reports, correct?
Per your information.
Well, you actually looked at that report when you testified here previously, correct?
No.
You looked at Deputy or Sergeant Garcia's report, right?
No.
Would it help to take a look at her report?
Yes.
Give me one moment. Can we just put that so the witness can see? So I am showing you Deputy Garcia's report. Does that look like her report? Do you want me to scroll up?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
And do we have an exhibit number, counsel?
That would be Defense Exhibit D. So that's Deputy Garcia's report, correct?
Yes, Sergeant Garcia.
Sergeant, I'm sorry. I keep doing that. It's not intentional. So I'm just going to scroll down to page 2. Do you see that part that's highlighted there?
Yes.
And do you see where it reports that Mrs. Kelly states she never heard gunshots?
I do.
And that's different from your recollection of this conversation that you had with Mrs. Kelly, correct?
It is different.
You recall that she stated she did hear gunshots, right?
Yes.
And so the two of you who have this conversation with Mrs. Kelly, you hear the same thing from Mrs. Kelly, right?
I heard what she was telling me.
But you both document it differently, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, if this conversation were recorded, then we would know what was correct, right?
Correct.
You also state that Mrs. Kelly seems confused, right?
Yes.
Why did you describe her as being confused?
Her demeanor while she was talking to me, she appeared. It's kind of hard to explain. She seemed confused when she was giving me her answers.
Why do you say that? Why do you use that word? Just can you describe what she was doing that prompted you to describe that as being confused?
She was standing right in front of me. She looked a bit confused, distressed. She was looking to the sides. while she was giving the answers.
So fair to say you used the word distressed, right?
Yes.
Agitated?
Yes.
Maybe scared?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Whenever somebody's in that kind of state where they seem confused, it's helpful to do some follow-up questioning with them. Is that right?
I don't think I understand.
Would it be helpful to try to bring some clarity to her statement?
Yes.
And would it be helpful for you to maybe say to her, let's take this one step at a time, show me where you were when you first saw people, right? That might be helpful, right?
Could be.
Did you do that?
No.
And it might be helpful to say, okay, point to me where specifically you saw them. We're looking out your windows, show me the area that you saw these people, right? That might be helpful, right?
It could be.
But you didn't do that either, right?
No.
And so now we're just left with your recollection of her statements when she was in a confused and agitated state, right?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Deputy Castaneda, these were the witnesses you had that day, correct?
Yes.
After they gave you the information they gave you, did you do the follow-up you could do based on what you had?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
Was there any other follow-up you could do based on what the witnesses told you that day?
In reference?
Like, was there anything else you could do to determine whether a crime had occurred on the Kelly residence that day based on the information you had from the Kellys?
No.
If the Kellys had told you that Mr. Kelly fired his AK-47 multiple times, would that have changed what you did?
Yes.
That's all I had, Your Honor.
Any more questions for this witness from any of the members of the jury? Seeing none, thank you again, sir. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State can call this next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Liz Huerta.
What was that again?
Liz Huerta.
Huerta?
Huerta.
Thank you.
Liz Huerta. I don't think we've seen Liz before. I'm not sure if she testified while we were following the Apple River trial, which is still in verdict watch, by the way. Just hitting the 6 hours and 20, about to hit 6 hours and 30 minutes mark on deliberation. This is the 911 operator.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. If you please come over here to the witness stand and have a seat. Right.
That sounded refreshing. That was like the audio.
Good
was
morning.
Just like,
Good morning. Could you please
like I'd
tell the
expect
jury
from a
your
Coke
name
commercial.
and your occupation?
My name is Elizabeth Huerta, and I am a dispatch supervisor for the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
Can you tell the jury how long you've worked for the Sheriff's Department?
A total of 6 years.
As the dispatch supervisor, is one of your duties as the custodian of records for the dispatch recordings?
Yes.
Did you provide a thumb drive with the dispatch recordings related to the George Allen Kelly case to the county attorney's office?
Yes.
And did those dispatch recordings include a call from a dispatcher to Mr. Kelly on January 30th at 5:58 p.m.?
Yes.
And did you listen to a CD provided by the county attorney's office to determine whether that was an accurate recording of that call with Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
I'm showing you what have been marked as State's Exhibits 21 and 56. Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Starting with Exhibit 56, could you tell us what that is?
It's a verbatim CD that includes recordings from the call.
Was that the call we just described between the dispatcher and Mr. Kelly on January 30th at 5:58 p.m.?
Yes.
And was that the call in its entirety according to the records that you have?
Yes.
Did you recognize one of the voices on the recording?
Yes.
And who was the voice?
Ivana Cañas.
And was she the dispatcher at the time?
Yes.
Here to move for admission of Exhibit 56.
No objection.
56 is admitted.
Did you also take a look at Exhibit 21?
Yes.
And is that the transcript of that 911 call?
Yes.
And did that transcript appear to be accurate?
Yes.
Based on the recording you listened to?
Yes.
Here to move for admission of State's Exhibit 21.
Can I see?
Well, transcripts are usually not received or admitted in evidence. The evidence is the CD.
That's fine, Your Honor. We'll just distribute the transcript when we play it for the jury. But I just want to make sure it's accurate.
All right. So we have the testimony about the transcript and its accuracy. It's not admitted, but it can be used for demonstrative purposes. And when you use it, I'll give another instruction to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to play that with a different witness.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have for this witness.
Oh, okay. So obviously there's a recording. It's been admitted as Exhibit 56. Exhibit 21 is a transcript. Apparently that's going to be played through another witness, so you will hear that. The evidence, when we have a recording, is always the recording itself. The transcript is another one of these demonstrative exhibits. So just in case I forget to give this instruction to you at the time, when you hear the recording, you'll have a transcript. If what you hear on the recording is different from what's on the transcript, the recording is the evidence, and that's what should control your recollection of the evidence. Okay, and that's true of any recording and any transcript. Okay, you said that's all the questions you had of the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. And cross-examination?
Okay, let's go back to what you do in this department. What is your job?
I'm a dispatch supervisor, so I supervise, I should be supervising 10 dispatchers. Currently, I supervise 8.
Do you actually also participate in calls?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you also participate in taking in calls?
Yes.
Okay. And were you working on this date?
Yes.
January 30th, 23?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your shift?
I worked, I believe, 6 to 18 that day.
6 p.m.?
100 hours. 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning. Oh, 600.
Mm-hmm.
To what?
It's a 12-hour shift.
1,800 hours.
Okay. So you have long days?
At the time I did, yes.
All right. So did part of this call roll onto someone else's shift?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there aware of the 2 times that there was a dispatch?
Can you repeat the question?
Were you aware of 2 dispatches as a result of a call at the same address?
Yes.
Okay. Now, explain for jurors how calls come in. If it's a 911 call, how does it come in? And who takes it, and then what happens to it from there?
A 911 call comes in through our next generation Vesta system, and there is no protocol on if someone's just taking 911s. It's whoever takes the call, whoever's able to get to it first.
Okay. So you answer a call. Do you also contact the officers to dispatch them out to the scene of the call? Or who does that?
Yes, normally we dispatch the call on the radio.
How do you take a call? Let's say you're on like a phone line, right? Of some sort, a headset maybe. What do you have?
We have a headset.
Okay, so you get an incoming call and pretend that you're the first one to take it. So you pick up on that caller. You determine that they need an officer at their location. Do you actually type in, or how do you get the call to an officer if you're talking with the person on the phone?
We take the call information in our CAD system. We add the call. The deputy as well has a CAD system. They're able to view what we input, and then we give it on the radio.
Do you do that while you're on the phone with someone, or do you tell them to hold on, or is it go to another person?
It depends on the situation of the call.
Well, give me an idea what's the majority of the time. A call comes in, you're on the phone, I'm a caller, I'm upset, I'm trying to give you a description of someone that just assaulted me and how they're running and which direction. Now I'm following them. How do you communicate to your deputies the location, the descriptions? How is that happening while you're talking to me?
We have a dispatcher on the call. There should be another dispatcher listening to that call to assist with putting out information on the radio to the deputies.
Is that person called a different name as far as job task, or that they're just the same person like you? Take away your supervisory role, okay? But if you were taking in the call, automatically someone else has to join your call?
They don't have to, but that's in our dispatch center. We work as a team, and that's what we do. If we're not on another call, we'll listen into someone else's call, see if it's an emergency call, and verify if we have to start helping with radio traffic.
On this date, on this call, this was an emergency call. We got a shooter, correct? That's high priority, isn't it?
It was unknown if there was a shooter.
Well, wait, the call that you received was not directly from a 911, correct? It came from Border Patrol, right?
Yes.
And then Border Patrol says there was a shot heard and there might be shooting back or something to that, whatever the communication was. Isn't that a priority call? We got a possible shooter going on. You doubting it?
No.
Okay, it's not your job to doubt it, is it?
No.
All right, you're not law enforcement, are you?
No.
Okay, all right. I'm not trying to make this too complicated, but I'm now you got a call where possible shots are heard. Is that a priority call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and you're saying you just happen to have a partner listening to this call at the same time? Two people are listening, or was everybody busy?
I'm sorry. Which call are you referring to?
Which call would you like to talk about? Let's start in order. How about the first one?
That one was priority.
We're setting up for a little fight
So
here.
someone recognized that a shot, we better take it serious, right?
Yes.
Okay. And who took the call in?
The first call was taken by Javier Tintos.
Okay. And who assisted that call?
I was training him, so I was listening into that call.
So you were on listening to the call?
Yes.
Okay. So we have learned that that somehow from dispatch, a miscommunication was sent out, and I'm noting it on your call sheets, okay? Have you seen your call sheets?
I have not.
Okay. You do have them, page 3?
Which call sheet are you referring to?
The one at, let's talk about the one at 21:21 and 46 seconds.
Your Honor, and I'm not sure what the witnesses are referring to. Or I'm not sure what counsel's referring to, and if the witness has it.
All right, it's time to take our mid-morning break. That way, counsel and witness might be able to organize their thoughts a little bit better. We'll give them an opportunity to do that. We'll take our mid-morning break. It's 9:45. We'll take a 30-minute break, and we'll be back at 10:15.
But one of the joys of watching this after the fact, since this happened yesterday, is we can skip. The judge is like, he just bails. We can skip ahead, which we are going to do right here. Let's see, you said a 30-minute break, so let's skip. Skippity. Any second now, there we go. All right, we're coming back from the break.
Thank you, and we can bring in the jurors.
You may bring the jury.
You will bring the jury.
Yes, sir. You trying to do that? It's so quiet. I have to really listen. Yeah. How you doing, Isaac? You all right? Everything good?
What's up, Isaac? Hey, man. Still on for golf this weekend, Isaac? Early tea time?
How they fixed your computer? She unplugged it, plugged it back in.
It works.
Yeah.
We drive.
The witness may be standing off to the side, just out of view. I don't see her in any of the other views. Maybe she's out in the hallway still. No, she's got to be up front.
Thank you. Everyone, please have a seat. The record will show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant, and we'll have the witness come back on the witness stand.
Oh, there she is. Come on down. Let's see if we pick up right where we left off. There was a little bit of attitude. I sensed it on both sides. Apple River is in the top left-hand corner. We're watching the wall. Basically, the jury's deliberating. They've been going for 6 hours, 45 minutes. We're catching up on the Apple River trial. This is from this is from the Kelly trial.
Cross-examination.
Arizona trial.
Yes, I just barely started. Thank you.
Just barely started. I've got a lot
I have put you on your desk a stapled packet that, for reference for the court, is marked as defense JJ. Can you identify this?
I am seeing some movement in the stabby trial.
Are these your call sheets for this case?
And Your Honor, I haven't seen this yet, so I'd like to take a look at it as well.
Do you want to step up or?
Thank you.
Sure.
Want to step up or step out? You could take this outside if you'd like. Twitter's not giving me any updates on the Apple River at all. We'll switch over the moment we see the judge back at the bench.
Can you identify defense JJ?
It looks like they're missing a page, so I don't know if the witness might need the page that's missing, but it does look like it's missing a page.
This is the call sheets, is that correct? Can you speak into the mic, please?
I don't think it's on.
Yes, these are call sheets.
Okay, and just take a look at them, at each page. Review it. You know how to read these, right?
Yes.
Let me know when you're done.
We have a close-up of someone's hair, the Apple River trial. It was a partial eclipse. Libby, that's awesome.
I'm done.
Okay. And do you recognize these from the incident that was started on January 30th at the location that we're here before this court on?
I recognize two.
Two what?
Of the call cards.
Okay, is when you print out, these are computer generated, correct?
Yes.
So you can't alter them, correct? It just registers the calls as they come in and go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you title this, the county here calls it call detail report. I'm going to just abbreviate that to call sheets, okay? Are we talking about the same thing now?
Yes.
And as you go through this, I mean, you're going to pick up other calls, but you do see the calls to Mr. Kelly's residence, correct? And you were aware of those calls, right?
Yes.
And you're the supervisor and was overseeing this in a lot of ways, correct?
Overseeing the call cards?
Your call department, what was going on?
I oversaw until the end of my shift.
Yes. And you said you left at what time?
1,800 hours.
Okay. And so you said you were aware of both incidences. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so would this be a call sheet or call detail report dealing with these incoming and outgoing calls as they're dispatched, correct?
Yes.
All right. And this accurately depicts, you can't control it, right? This is computer generated, right?
Yes.
And you can say that this is the call sheet, as I call it, for this incident, correct?
Two of them, yes.
What's two mean?
You have a third call and it is missing the first page.
Where's the third call? Let me come up.
The Apple River trial, somebody walked so close to the camera that the focus is having a hard time readjusting. People are just moving around the courtroom.
This is page 2.
We'll jump to it as soon as something happens. Right now there's no audio. We have it turned on in case something happens. But
yes, this is a different one. Yeah. It's part of whatever's missing on here.
the person was so close to the camera that when the camera tries to regain focus,
You
the
can
amount
step up if you want.
the amount of
Sure,
difference
Judge. Thank
in
you.
focus is so great that the camera's adjusting in a smaller field back and forth trying to find focus again, and it needs to go further.
Sorry, take these calls off. It's not this
Greeners,
call,
no.
right? Is it this call?
I can't fully confirm. The first page has the address.
This is how I got them in your records. So
Oh, you're missing a page. This is how it was turned over. This is a discovery violation?
do you happen to have it easily to get to? Okay. And my question, maybe we just have we need to get this straightened out. I'm just taking these reports as I get them, so they want me to go look for page 1 of something that they provided, so I will be.
All right, let me,
take a minute.
I understand. Do you have another witness?
We do, Judge.
All right, why don't we, instead of taking a break, trying to figure this out, if it's all right with you, why don't we have the witness step down, have the witness recalled when we're able to straighten this?
If it has something to do with the calls, though, I would prefer to start with this witness. I don't know who they're bringing.
There we go.
Okay.
Does that sound all right?
If we could do this at lunch, that'd be fine.
Is that all right? All right.
I don't know that I have anything different, but they don't.
I understand. Well, it'll give you time to figure it out during a break instead of during trial time. All right. Well, don't worry about it. You're not doing anything wrong. But we just have we're not sure who's got what paperwork, so we're going to get that straightened out.
Just trying to
and
play the
we'll
middle
have
of
to
the
recall
road.
you. Okay. So it'll probably be after the noon break. Does that sound about right? After the noon break?
Sure, Your Honor. As soon as we're done with Detective Barba, I think, if that's okay with the court, or we can.
Well, you're going to need some time to figure out what's missing and what's not missing. So if you'd step down and stay in touch with this officer here, and he'll make sure you're ready to go when you go. Okay? All right, good enough. So this witness is stepping down, and she'll be subject to recall when we straighten that matter out. You can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Barba.
Okay, so that little argument about the missing page, defense is saying that the state, this is a record the state should have turned over to them because it's evidence. So in discovery, that should have been revealed. They're saying the way I received it, we didn't have that page. So they're pointing the finger of blame at the state, saying you didn't turn over complete records, and now you're saying we can't use this record because it's not complete. The state is saying we don't have it readily available, so we can't help you. You've got to find it yourself, meaning we're not going to help you because it's probably not helpful to their case. The judge says, you guys figure it out and don't do it in front of the jury during trial time.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you, sir. If you come over to the witness stand and have a seat, please. Good morning.
Can I take a seat?
Sure.
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Mario Barba. My last name is spelled B-A-R-B-A.
And Detective Barba, could you please tell the jury just a little bit what you do for a living?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division. I'm a detective with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office. I was hired by the Sheriff's Office in October of 2018. That same month, I attended the Southern Arizona Law Enforcement Training Center in Tucson. It's they call it SELETSI. It's the police academy. I graduated the SELETSI Academy in March of 2019. And then after my graduation, I began a FTO process that was 12 weeks long. That ended approximately in June of 2019. And upon completion of my FTO, I was assigned to the patrol division.
And after you were assigned to patrol, were you subsequently promoted?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your promotion?
Yes, ma'am. So in January of 2023, I was fortunate to be promoted to the rank of corporal, and that was when I was assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division.
And were you also assigned, when were you assigned as a detective? Was that at the same time?
Correct.
So you were promoted to corporal and assigned as a detective in January of 23?
Yes, that's correct.
When in January of 23?
January 7th of 2023.
There's a lot of activity in the Apple River trial right now. A lot of people in court were watching for anything.
On January 30th of 2023, were you on call?
Yes, ma'am. I was the on-call investigator. For that week, we rotate on-call responsibilities, which essentially means that after hours, if a call comes that needs criminal investigations assistance, the on-call investigator will get that call and he'll determine if we have to go out and investigate or see how we can assist the patrol division. And to answer your question, yes, I was the on-call investigator for that day.
And can you tell me on January 30th of 2023, did you get a call involving the George Allen Kelly case?
Yes.
What time were you called regarding this case?
I was called at approximately 6 in the afternoon.
When you received the call, what did you do?
So I received a call from Sergeant Garcia. She briefed me on the incident. I terminated the phone call with Sergeant Garcia, and then I proceeded my chain of command and called my sergeant, which was or is Sergeant Flores. I relayed the same information to him, and he began to delegate responsibilities.
And what was, normally if you're the on-call detective, are you the lead detective?
Yes.
Did the sergeant determine that might not be appropriate in this particular situation?
Yes, so on this particular situation, I was 2 weeks into my new assignment, brand new detective. I had not yet attended a detective school. My investigation skills up to that point were the same as patrol. Detectives receive additional investigation skills, which allow us to investigate further. However, I hadn't received that training the day I received the call, so Sergeant Flores delegated responsibilities as to who's going to be the lead detective for the case.
And who did he determine would be lead?
Detective Ayden.
And what was your capacity during this investigation with Detective Ayden?
I shadowed him throughout the investigation, shadowed and assisted.
Do you recall what the first thing you did regarding this investigation was on January 30th of 2023?
Yeah, so right after I terminated the phone call with my sergeant, Sergeant Flores, he instructed me to go to the office and wait for Detective Ayden and wait for further instruction. Upon my arrival to the office, Detective Ayden began working on a residential search warrant, which I shadowed him. I was essentially over his shoulder watching him do the search warrant for the house.
And what's the next thing y'all did?
The next thing we did was we interviewed Mr. Kelly, and then we also interviewed Miss Kelly.
And were you present for both of those interviews?
I was present for the interview for Mr. Kelly, and I was present with Miss Kelly for the beginning, but then I had to step out.
You talked about getting a search warrant. Was that search warrant eventually authorized by a judge?
Yes, ma'am.
And after that search warrant was authorized, could you tell the jury what you did?
So after the search warrant was authorized, we went over to the house and we served the search warrant. And my role in that search warrant was to search the house. So
let me stop you for a second. What time did you arrive at the residence to serve that first search warrant?
It was after midnight. I would say approximately at 1 in the morning, the following day.
So would that be January 31st of 2023?
Correct.
And would your report refresh your recollection as to the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1.10. Could you take a look and see if that refreshes your recollection?
I documented at approximately 12:30 in the morning on January 31st, we arrived at the home to serve the first search warrant.
And you started to tell us, so
we're hearing the
what's
lawyers
the
and
residence that
bailiffs
you
are in the
arrived
Apple
at to serve the
River
search warrant?
courtroom.
The resident's going to be off the top of my head, ma'am, I don't remember the exact address.
Okay. Was it the Kelly residence?
Correct.
And was that detailed in the search warrant that Detective Ayden obtained?
Yes, ma'am.
The address was included?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that, at the Kelly residence, you started to tell us what your task was with respect to serving the search warrant. Could you tell us what your role was that day?
Yes, so like I was mentioning, I was given the task of searching, so I assisted.
We're going to pause that for just a minute as we transition back over to, come on, needs to transition here. The Apple River trial, just briefly. Come on, 03, I'm hitting the wrong button. We're not sure where it's at, but just out of abundance of caution, we might have an update coming here soon. Let me see if we can. I'm seeing there's words about a verdict out there. We're seeing if Fox 9 has confirmed this or not. They're saying possible verdict, so I just want to make sure. Let's see. I don't want to play the music early. Boom, there it is. All right. After 7 hours of deliberation, the jury in the Apple River trial has reached a verdict. We're waiting now for the jury to come back, return to the courtroom, and have that read in open court. This is a trial where the facts are in dispute. Lying was prevalent on all sides, and really the juries have the work cut out for them. But we found out through our media sources there up in the area that they have reached a verdict. That meaning that all 12 jurors have unanimously reached the same conclusion. What that verdict is, we won't know until it's read in court. A lot of activity in the courtroom. We've heard that the lawyers are present. Bailiffs are showing up. We've got some motion now. Looks like the judge may be coming shortly. Cameraman's moving. Whew. Under 8 hours. Under 8 hours of verdict time. This is what, day 9? Day 9 of the trial. The judge is back on the bench right now. Jury's walking in. There are no winners at the end of today, but we'll hear in moments what the jury thought of the evidence they were presenting.
Please be seated. All right, we are back in session on the record in State of Wisconsin versus Nikolai Mew.
Wow, he's yelling.
The attorneys are present with Mr. Mew. 12 jurors are in the courtroom. Mr. Ashland, I understand you are the foreperson.
Correct.
Did your jury reach a verdict?
Yeah.
Did you reach a verdict on each of the 6 counts?
Yes, we did.
Okay, please hand the verdict forms to the bailiff.
Mr. Mew has changed to be between his lawyers. He was the entire trial. He was sitting closest to the jury, which is a unique position for most trials. Bailiff is passing the verdict to the judge, who will review the forms for completeness or correctness as far as the process of filling them out. Looks like Mr. Mew's praying. His eyes were closed there for a moment. Deep breaths. Please be respectful in chat, regardless of what the verdict is.
Verdicts read as follows.
Here we go.
As to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as submitted. Question, did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
They went with the lesser included.
As to count 3 of the information, Dante Carlson, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted.
These are the lowest.
Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while
options.
using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 4 of the information, Anthony Carlson, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 5 of the information, Riley Madison, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of battery as charged. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. Members of the jury, I do have to verify that this is in fact a unanimous verdict. So I'm going to ask each of you if I correctly read the verdict and if you agree with it. So when I call your name, if you agree with the verdict that I read, please answer by saying yes. If you disagree with the verdict, you can answer by saying no. Ms. Navarro, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Cook, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
They're giving out the names. Court does
Mr.
this.
Snell, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. Pelzel, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Wiley, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. Knapp, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Diedrich, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. McMahon, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Henderlong, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Ashland, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. McMullen, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. Lewandowski, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Any additional polling? No? All right. It is a unanimous verdict. Members of the jury, your service in this case is completed. You are free to read accounts about this trial. You are free to talk about this case with anyone. However, you do not have to discuss this case with anybody or answer any questions about this case other than from the court. So this includes the parties, the lawyers, the media, or anybody else. If you do decide to discuss this case with anyone, please treat any such discussion with a degree of solemnity, such that whatever you would say, you'd be willing to say in front of your fellow jurors or here in open court. It is in the public interest that there be the utmost freedom of debate in the jury room, and that jurors be permitted to express their views without fear of incurring the anger of any litigants or the public. For that reason, please respect the privacy of the views of your fellow jurors. If you do decide to speak, please only speak for yourselves and not for anybody else. On behalf of my colleagues, Judges Needham, Vlack, and Nordstrand, along with my courtroom staff, thank you for your participation in this important case. Court is now adjourned. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
The jury went for lesser includeds. They did not find premeditated. They did not find that he had every time they say reckless. What that means is that Mr. Mew, even if he gets the maximum sentence, it will not be life in prison. There will be prison time, obviously, attached to this, but this is reckless endangering life.
Based
Very
on
different.
the unanimous verdict, I will enter convictions on each of the 6 counts. Bail is revoked. Mr. Mew will be held in custody pending sentencing.
Shakes his head.
My staff will contact the attorneys and will schedule the sentencing date. I will order a pre-sentence investigation report, but we can do the scheduling at a later time.
That means
Is there anything else, Mr. Anderson? No.
the sentencing
Mr.
could be
Schroffenstein?
30 to 60 days out.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Court is adjourned.
He glances back to his side.
Folks, if anybody on this side of the courtroom, please exit. Anybody on this side, please stay.
The bailiffs are dividing the group, and they're clearing out the courtroom. So, all right, that was it. That was it. Surprised? Wow. He was okay. Question here, Judy. Great question. Wait, he was on bail. Bail was offered. I think it was like $1 million. He didn't make bail because it was a cash bail. It was a huge cash bail. You can't just present 10%. You can't do 10% and get out in Wisconsin. You have to have the full amount. So he was not able to make bail. He's been in custody since the day he was on the river. But five guilty verdicts. Including one battery charge, which would be basically the punch, the hit, the slap, the open hand contact, whatever happened there. That would be the battery charge. But the charges were the lowest of all the available, of all the offered options. They chose the very lowest. What does that mean? We can only speculate because the jury hasn't spoken yet. But it probably means that the jury saw somewhere in this that there was shared responsibility and that this wasn't all just one-sided. But they've, wow. What is the possible penalty? I'd have to research and see what each one of the charges were, but it's definitely not life in prison. The maximum for those, realize if you get, they charge basically the top, right? premeditated murder. They charged that, and they didn't find that, and they didn't find the second degree. I think they found the third or the fourth option for each of the charges, which is a much lesser crime. They agree that it's not self-defense, or he used a measure of force that was not reasonable. And that's how they can get to this one. He could use a measure of force that was not reasonable in self-defense, that a reasonable person would not use that level of force. You need keys to drive somewhere? Sorry. You leaving me already? I love you. Wow. First-degree reckless homicide carries a penalty of 60 years in prison. But 60 years could be the rest of his life, but none of them have a life in prison charge. Man, that was quick. I almost didn't catch the fact that they were finding guilt on a lesser included until there was halfway through the charges, because they didn't read the not guilty as to each charge. They only read the one page out of each of the stack. Remember how every person had 4 or 5 options, one of them, the last option being not guilty. The judge only read the one that was turned in, that was filled out and turned in. But I think we could safely assume that the jury felt there was an element of self-defense, but his response was not proportional or not appropriate. It exceeded the level of response that a reasonable person would need, and so they did not believe him. I can tell you that they didn't believe that he feared for his life, because if they did, that would be self-defense. Man, crazy. A lot to unpack in this. I'm going to have to think this one over a little bit as the news is breaking. My phone's blowing up as all the tweets are coming out right now. He shook his head. Mr. Mew shook his head as the verdict came in. Obviously doesn't agree with it, doesn't feel that it's right. Any press conferences? There may be. It takes a while to do that, and honestly, covering press conferences is very different than covering court with a pool video. It's not pool video, and it presents challenges for the channel that way. So I don't know about the charges, if they'll run concurrently or separately, consecutively. I imagine because this is all one event, it would probably run concurrently. It's just my thought. Will the kids have any charges? I doubt it, Sandy. I don't think there will be, because they were also victims, and it's if you were to find somebody doing drugs who was being currently victimized in a crime, and you got the guy who was victimizing them, you charge him, and you don't be like, hey, and by the way, you were doing drugs, we're going to charge you with possession as well. Police tend not to charge the person who was, the victim, or on the receiving end of the criminal activity. Kid should 100% face battery charges. Well, that would be a separate trial. It would be a separate trial. That's outside the scope of what this case covered. Stephanie, we did have a verdict came in just moments ago. If you want to rewind, I'd say do it right now. Otherwise, I'll spoil it for you in just a second. But the jury, after 7 hours of deliberation, returned unanimous verdicts on all 5 charges, or all 5 counts. And they went for lesser includeds on all those charges. And basically, the lowest option presented to them as far as the severity of the crime in every single case is what the jury chose. I don't know if that was a compromise verdict, which it shouldn't be, because you're supposed to stick by whatever you stand by, but whatever you believe. But interesting. Do you want to back up a little bit and see? I want to listen one more time if we can do that. Give me just 1 second. Let me back up just a moment here. That's not it. Give me just a second. We'll get this camera pulled up properly. We'll re-listen to those verdicts. I want to hear exactly what each one they went with, and then we can look up the maximum penalty for each one. Okay. I'm looking at the wrong thing. No wonder that's not working. Wow. A little surprised. There was a moment when I thought it would be all or nothing. You know, I'm not able to even pull up anything right now. This is crazy. What's this one right here? Okay, here we go. I got it for you. Just 1 second, guys. This is a rewatching the verdict. Listen again to the charges. The judge has just been handed the verdict right here.
Verdicts read as follows. As to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as submitted. Question, did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 3 of the information, Dante Carlson, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 4 of the information, Anthony Carlson, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 5 of the information, Riley Madison, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of battery as charged. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. Members of the jury, I do have to verify that this is in fact a unanimous verdict.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask each of you if I correctly read the verdict, and if you agree with it. So when I call your name, if you agree with the verdict that I read,
we're gonna cut away. Yes. We don't need to hear the.
If you disagree with the verdict, you can answer by saying no.
We don't need to hear the jurors' names one more time. All right. Okay. So here's what we've got. We've got. As far as Isaac goes, it was first-degree reckless homicide, and they have the modifier, which we knew that if they were going to find him guilty for something, the second part of the modifier, did he use a dangerous weapon, that was going to be an automatic. But the automatic, that modifier does enhance the penalty. It's an enhancement on the charge. So according to, with Isaac, he was the fatality. The first-degree reckless homicide plus the dangerous weapon, guilty first-degree reckless homicide. With Alexander, first-degree reckless endangering. With Dante, first-degree reckless endangering. With Anthony, first-degree reckless endangering. With Riley Madison, first-degree reckless endangering, and with Madison, battery and plus weapon, plus deadly weapon. So battery with a deadly weapon, which means they believe that he struck her with a knife. I believe. Is that what I'm understanding? They believe he struck her with a knife. That might be a mistake. That's a difficult one to or that he possessed the knife while he did it, maybe. Never heard jurors' names being called out. It happens. It happens sometimes. Steve, I would say there was evidence of battery. It was disputed. And even the people who agreed that there was a battery were completely almost diametrically opposed as to how it occurred. But if they're consecutive, this could be a very lengthy sentence. Let me do a quick research. Let's see. On the verdict, see if we can see the maximum sentence. For first degree reckless homicide. First degree reckless homicide, 60 years. Up to 60 years in prison. Then reckless endangering is, 12 and a half years on the reckless endangering. So 12 and a half years on all the reckless endangering charges, 60 years on the reckless homicide charge. And as far as battery, it's just battery as charged. I don't know if there was a degree to that or not. 9 months in prison, $10,000 fine, or both. So I see there's a press conference. I'm telling you, I can't take press conferences. They're not handled the same as pool video. So I can't jump over there. But I'll tell you what the lawyers are going to say. They say we're going to appeal. We don't agree with the verdict. We think that the state didn't prove the charges. This is a travesty. This is an injustice. And they're also going to say we feel for the families that and everything they're going through, but this was not right. The state is going to get up. The prosecutors are going to say this is a victory of justice. This is finally a moment of justice for those families who have lost, the family who's lost those, and those who suffered as a result of it. So I can tell you that's what's going to happen. That's going to be it. All right, we're going to jump back. Let's see. We're going to take a break. Can we do that? We're going to take a break and have a lunch, and then we're going to continue with the Apple River trial this afternoon, picking up where we left off with the people on the stand that happened yesterday. So we're going to continue there, and we're going to we'll let it sink in, I guess, is that. I appreciate everyone who's able to respectfully disagree and do so nicely. Thank you very much. We do have a podcast tonight. We're going to be back on live before the podcast. We'll be back, but we'll be back after lunch. Give us an hour. So we'll come back at 1:30. We're going to have some more trial out of Arizona, out of the Kelly trial out of Arizona with the rancher, the Arizona rancher trial at the border. So Apple River trial is over. Yes, we just heard the. Did I say Apple River? I meant Arizona, Kelly, Arizona. The Apple River trial is over. So we're going to be back after lunch with the Kelly trial, Arizona versus Kelly. And it's going to get spicy is what I've heard. It's going to get spicy. So I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Thank you very much. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again after lunch in about an hour. If you would like to win the internet, because we give it away every day, over and over. We give it away. yeah, during lunch, you can go watch the presser of Fox 9. If you go to YouTube and search Fox 9, Apple River, you'll be able to find that. They're going to have a press conference there. You can watch all that. But if you want to win the internet, you just have to be first in chat. As soon as we put the thumbnail up for the live stream for the continuation of the Kelly trial, you'll be able to recognize it because it will have our one-of-a-kind thumbnail on the Kelly trial. So we're going to go back to that. You guys, thank you very much. We'll see you guys after lunch. Let that sink in. Yeah, sorry, I said it. Sorry. You guys are amazing. We'll see you after lunch. Be good to each other. Bye.
I'm not a cat.
Having sent someone with more experience. What more do you need to see?
Alex stole it.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
I object.